Forever.
Forever, ever. Yeah. Why are you firing Eric Spoelstra?
I just wonder how long heat culture is going to last.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, my God.
How long is this heat culture thing going to keep pushing?
Is it still thriving, heat culture?
Well, you're getting rid of Jimmy Butler,
Right.
who was the epitome or embodied heat culture.
Yeah, he did personify it in so many ways. Yeah.
What are you getting rid of? He had the best game of the season the other night against the Pistons.
And you guys got him on the block. And you got him on the block.
They don't have him on the block at all in any way, shape, or
Oh,
form.
my God.
That's not percolating out there?
Yeah, right?
Could have sworn I read it.
What is happening to you guys?
Yeah, come on. This is
wait.
done with the heat.
Is
In
it
the
confirmed?
last half
Heat culture?
hour,
Done?
In the last half hour, you guys are trying to fire Mike Tomlin and Eric Spoelstra. That's what you're trying to do?
Evan, is heat culture still alive?
Alive and well.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you just lost to the Pistons, so.
You hold on to hope with Tyler Hero, Evan. Keep hope alive.
He's had the best season of anybody on the team. See, now I know.
Think
Now
about that sentence you just said. Think about what you just said.
Yeah,
not
I'm
us,
okay with
you. All right.
Now I know CC is really trying to poke, because one thing about this man that people have to understand, he follows every part of every team and every sport. He knows how great Tyler Hero has been. He appreciates how great it is. So now he's just poking at me because he knows if he would have said that about Bam, I've been disappointed in Bam's offense this year. So that would be an easy answer. Now
You're not winning a championship with Tyler Hero as your best player, bro.
Who said they were winning a championship this year?
I'm just saying.
Well, you said heat culture's alive and thriving.
Heat culture's alive and well. That's what you just said.
Heat culture was championships.
Yeah, the Patriot way was about winning championships.
Right.
You saying that heat culture is parallel to that? Like, it's about winning championships.
Wait a second. No, I'm going to deflect. Smalls, how many times have you come into the studio shaking your head like, boy, what I grew up with the Cardinals and when I covered the team is not what it is today?
The Cardinal way is gone.
Oh, well, I guess you acknowledging that actually hurts my point.
Yeah, you just said
the Cardinal way is gone.
What else is going on today? What are you guys up to? What are you guys doing for lunch?
We up to you trying to sell us that the Heat ain't looking to trade Jimmy Butler and that Tyler Hero being their best player keeps heat culture alive. That's what we're up to.
You started this of all people?
That's what we're up to.
Heat culture, done.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also round-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Come on in to Total Wine & More. Prices much lower than a grocery store. Spirits, wine, beer for a whole lot less. Walking down the aisles makes you stop and say, yes. From mixing cocktails, a friendly get-together, or a brunch outdoors, Total Wine has everything you need and more. With the lowest prices and best selection for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
And welcome into the Morning After.
Wait a minute, where's Tim?
Oh, no. Can you imagine?
Where is Tim?
Can you imagine the text line today? He's just a little under the weather, Doug.
Yeah, okay.
Tim is out today. Got the text at 3:30 in the morning. Didn't see it till 5:45 in the morning. But Tim, hey, remember the kids were sick over the weekend.
Yeah, a lot of people have got a little something. I had it for like 30 minutes there on Friday night. I woke up in the middle of the night. And
Sweating?
Blew groceries. No, I wasn't sweating or anything.
Blew groceries?
I blew groceries 4 or 5 times.
A little vomit sesh.
Yeah, and then I was okay.
Jeez.
And then nothing else.
I've never heard the phrase blew groceries before.
That's what I was doing.
I think you're talking about the color blue.
No.
You picked up some blue groceries.
No, came out the
It's like a
blowhole.
code word for pot or something. Hey, Jackie, go get me some blue groceries. Maybe meth. Tim is under the weather. Martin, Doug, Jackson, the chairman, KG is here. Full show, locked, loaded. Jamie Rivers at 8. Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 9. A surprise at 9:30. Jackson knows who it is. I know who it is. So, Doug, you will be the lone person.
What in the
Surprise.
world? We're going to have a clue?
Not yet. It's a little too early
Okay.
for clues.
All right. Someone I'm going to know?
Yes.
All right.
Well, you know, you've known everybody so far. Gary
Yeah.
Kornfeld, you're aware of.
Right, sure.
Calvin May.
Oh, yeah. Frank Opinion.
Frank Opinion, yes. Big Walt, Keith Kachuk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would not have somebody on that you had no clue who they were.
Oh, that's good.
That would be...
Because didn't you say that happened to you at one point?
Iggy did that to me, and it would be a guest. It was like a character actor, and I was at spring training doing the radio show, and it wasn't Bruce Greenwood or but somebody like that, if that's even the right name. And I just keep guessing, and I finally said, I think you're going to have to tell me. It was so embarrassing.
Which I imagine could be pretty awkward with the guest.
Yes, horribly. Why he didn't hang up is the real mystery. And then he had Lou Ferrigno, and Lou Ferrigno has a bit of a speech impediment.
Because he's deaf.
Yeah, and understandably. But I just couldn't decipher, like, who in the heck is this? And how he had Lou Ferrigno's number, I have no idea, which I salute him because it was a great guest.
He had all the numbers.
The best was Clint Howard, Ron Howard's brother. The great character actor, Clint Howard.
Gentle Ben.
During the commercial, he asked how long was the break because he's using up his minutes. I said, this is Ron Howard's brother, and he's concerned about his minutes.
Rollover.
And Jackson, you're probably too young. We used to be limited on the number of texts we could send.
Yeah, I know. That's something you watch like mid-2000s television or movies, and they talk about I only have so many minutes, or roaming. Remember about things
Yes,
about roaming?
you're now roaming, and that costs more.
Roaming, and then, limited number of texts, T9 texting, where you have to hit the same button 3 times. It just seems like we're in better times.
It used to be if you were on a long-distance phone call, you'd constantly look at your, oh, my God, this has gone 4 minutes.
Yeah, I
We
never
gotta wrap it up.
I never even had to deal with payphones. Like, payphones were something I never even had to concern myself with. Like, I kind of grew up even rudimentary cell phones, like
Don't
flip
say
phones.
rudimentary.
Is that the wrong word there? Flip phones. Like, I grew up at least with flip phones. A payphone I never ever had to deal
When's
with.
the last time you saw a payphone?
I guess they're only at the airport, right? Where else would there be a payphone? Like London, but those seem...
London. Talk about the red ones?
Yeah, those seem like they're more monuments than they are working payphones.
Tourist attraction.
Yeah, right. But I think the airport's probably the only place.
I bet if you're down in
Government building?
somewhere in the city on a street corner.
I think I told the story once before. This goes back maybe 10 or 12 years, where I was in my car and my phone died, and I absolutely had to call home. And I went looking for payphones in gas stations, and nothing.
Oh, man.
I went to a Schnucks, nothing. Finally, I went into the office at Schnucks, I guess the general manager's office, knocked on the door, and I said, you mind if I use your phone? He said, sure, here.
Yeah, right.
So I just went behind his desk and
Blow
used
the dust off it.
That's the best I could find, best I could do.
But your
Dial
better move,
6 to get out.
your better move was probably to go buy a phone charger. Like, that's actually like the move.
Well, but it was an emergency. Although
know.
now a lot of time has
That-
elapsed in the story.
Yeah,
So
I feel like that might be the quickest
I just
option.
thought at the time,
Right, no, I get
there's
you.
still going to be a cell phone, a
payphone
Someone with a landline.
somewhere at the gas station.
somebody will text in a picture today when they see a payphone.
I bet it's
Because
at Lambert.
Lambert's a good play, but I think downtown, like right next to a bus stop, maybe.
Maybe.
When I was a kid, it was a dime.
That's how much it cost.
And then it went way up to a quarter.
Oh, man.
And it was a thing if you went to an airport or somewhere where they had a whole bunch of those phones to go in and see if the dime or the
Oh,
quarter
yeah, a
was
little
still in
kid,
there.
you would just check the change
There
thing
might
at the
be
bottom.
Yeah.
Boy, those are good days, weren't they? I don't remember the texting limit, though, if I would stop texting or accepting a text. I don't remember even how it worked. I know it was a thing, and it wasn't that long ago, maybe 20 years ago, but I don't remember, like, monitoring my text activity.
Right. Well, then data, you like limited data.
Yes.
If you remember that, that kind of was like the closest thing I had to that. And then unlimited data started becoming like as cheap as regular plans. So everyone just now has unlimited data, can do whatever they want. But there were times where you'd be like midway through the month and you can't go on the internet unless you're on Wi-Fi.
I'm convinced that Big Phone will do anything to screw you over. So all of a sudden, your phone just stops working. Well, why did it stop working? Why is that charger gone bad?
No.
It should last 100 years.
At least we got rid of those contracts. Remember, I say we, I think Congress got rid of those, right? Where they can't sign you to these 2-year contracts.
You
and
couldn't
can't
get out of a cell phone contract. There's one thing to buy a house or a car, and you put your name on pen to paper, but a cell phone, you had to make a 2-year commitment.
And you couldn't, no breaking that contract.
No, hell no.
We also have Jackson's links here, and you are familiar with the links.
I am.
I only scan the links just to see what's out there in the world. Doug, I'm going to read these to you. You're going to tell me what appeals to you.
Okay.
The MLB report on arm injuries epidemic finds a multi-layered problem with few easy fixes. Okay. The Blue Jays' Kevin Gausman slams Rob Manfred over idea to change starting pitching rules. I'm kind of intrigued because I have not heard what Manfred proposed. After the golden at bat, I was hoping he'd take a little break.
Yeah, they go on vacation after that.
NBA makes mini tournament format official ahead of the 2025 All-Star Game. Okay, so the All-Star Game in the NBA is going to be different.
Yes, it'll be a 4-team tournament.
Timberwolves can't be blamed for NBA's ratings plummet. I'm a little surprised Jackson put that in the...
Why would we
blame the Timberwolves? Because a small market team being good?
I wanted like some sort of point of reference to talk about like NBA ratings and why they're down and put it in context of a bigger issue that might be coming for Major League Baseball and the NHL. And I couldn't find one. This morning I found a better article about Adam Silver touching on it. So that link is kind of dead.
The Timberwolves are in 7th place in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
And they're the ones we picked to blame all this on?
Oh, it sounds all right, Doug. Are we going to dig in on that one? I was going to get to Joe Burrow and his girlfriend. If you want, I'm just giving you choices now. Nelly and Metro Boomin to launch St. Louis Music Festival. I'm confused at what music festivals we do have and the ones that have gone away. Some have come. Is Evolution the one that's currently going on?
Yep.
What was the big one that went away?
Lou Fest.
Lou Fest. So this would be an addition, I guess.
Well, what's Joe Burrow got going on with his girlfriend?
Oh, Doug, there it is. Joe Burrow and SI swimsuit model Olivia Ponton, is that it?
Yeah.
Have been hooking up for several months, and it says report, paid 6. Jackson, what do you know?
Well, we talked about this last week after Joe Burrow's home got burgled. Is that the right word there?
Burglarized.
Burglarized.
Did you say burgled?
That seems more fun, doesn't it?
It does seem more.
It softens it a little.
It might even be a word there, burgled.
Burgled? Yeah.
I think it might be.
I'm going to roll with
It might be the noise you make when you blew groceries. Burgled.
His home was burgled, and Olivia Ponton was the one who called 911 because she was watching the house. She was at the home watching it.
Well, sure.
Her mom originally made the 911 call, and then she also made a 911 call, and that had people theorizing why is the swimsuit model at Joe Burrow's home. You know, is she a private security third party situation?
Yeah. I mean, as a guy,
installing cable.
as a guy, you certainly want an SI swimsuit model at your house, but you do not want them running security.
No, ideally not.
No,
unless they're trained in like Krav Maga or other types of mixed martial arts.
Krav Maga, that's what they teach the Israeli soldiers?
Yes, yeah.
And what is that exactly?
It's like hand-to-hand combat when you're kind of outmanned, out-physicaled, you know? You can, using leverage to your advantage.
It seems valuable.
Oh, it seems very valuable.
Have you learned that?
No. It might surprise you to find out, Doug. I rarely, and by rarely I mean never, have gotten into a fight.
Yeah.
So feels like allocating my resources to learning more about fighting.
Krav Maga.
Yeah. Doesn't seem great. Probably a good workout.
Back to the girlfriend.
And the burgled incident.
Yeah, he was burgled.
And so these two have been dating for a while. Why is this such a big story?
I can't.
So a single NFL quarterback makes $200 million as a swimsuit girlfriend.
No,
It doesn't seem surprising.
It's really none of my business. I have to stay consistent.
Well,
after my takes
it's the
about
New York Post business.
I have to stay consistent after my take on Travis Hunter's fiance. It's really none of my business, but we did discuss it last week, so I felt it was the journalistic thing to do.
So we're just confirming that they are an item?
That apparently, according to the New York Post.
Okay. That's the whole story.
Did you hear at the end it said :report?
No.
That's always what I like. I like study says and report.
All right. Well, so then that's the end of the story.
Not much legs there.
Okay. Nonetheless, it was our lead.
Well, I wouldn't
I
necessarily
thought it
say
should have
our
been the lead. I thought it was kind of a splashy lead.
Yeah, a human interest story.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, you're forgetting about the other Olivia, Holzmacher.
Right.
Oh.
That sounds like a nickname. She's a real Holzmacher. Can you say that?
Like a loose German girl.
Well, she was the one who they thought he was with.
Yeah, and there was some speculation that they may be engaged last summer, but they haven't really been seen on Instagram together in a while. So, just don't forget Holzmacher.
Oh, gosh. How could I?
The text line's filling up with concerns about Tim. This is surprising you, Doug.
No. They'll hear nothing we say for the next 3 or 4 hours.
No. Flip Wilson started out with Good Morning Peasants.
Nice.
Let's see. We said, no, we can't do this without Tim, but you guys are fine, too. That's from Shooter McGavin.
Nice.
No Tim today. I'm out.
No.
Just kidding. Stay cute.
Oh, Brian Henson?
That is from Like the Dot, period.
We interviewed, I'll give some quick context to one of
I
those
might
listeners.
need context on
and
that.
Martin, we interviewed, this woman was a friend of Iggy's Instagram friend, SGO Kai. This guy who just in Miami would go live. She was just a 19-year-old girl who was dating this SGO Kai, and she was describing her Instagram handle to us, and she said it was SGO period, and then to describe the period, she said like the dot, because we thought she meant spelling it out.
So she really gave you a full
She goes,
explanation.
it's SGO period, like the dot, Julia. And I was like, oh, Lord.
The Veiled Prophet says, that's it for me. That's all for this year. See y'all in 2025.
Okay.
So not just today, but he's done for the year. Well, Tim could be back before 2025. Thoughts and prayers to Tim. And then multiple people. Where's Tim? We've already announced Tim is out sick today.
He's out sick, yeah.
Thoughts and prayers. Let's see. Look at the diva Doug with his greedy giant screen self. I don't know
What does that mean?
I don't know what that
exactly?
means.
Oh, well,
On
because
YouTube, I get my own big picture.
well, yeah, because
because it's less
Well, they
options.
even adjusted the camera, I see.
yes, you have. What did you want? They wanted you were worried that you were turning into the ball of sun.
But now it's gone to Martin. Look at Martin's head. That's a ball of sun.
on fire.
Yep.
It's Jackson's fault.
Nothing to work on.
Never owned a phone with a cord. That's a sign of age, right? That you never had a phone with a cord on it.
I haven't either.
Uncle Cucker, where's Tim? Do we have to just keep saying every 30 seconds?
I would say
where's
once
Tim?
a segment. Yeah.
2 pay phones in the building that I work in. They are not active, but they're still there. There's a pay phone in Old Town Waterloo. I could see that, like in an old small town, maybe on the corner by a Casey's gas station.
Yeah.
Known for the pizza.
Yeah, I can see that.
Every now and then, a couple farmers gather and call in some more grain.
Call in more grain.
Call that what? Acme Food Supply.
As a kid in the 90s, going to school sporting events, you'd call home, collect on a school payphone, and give a name. Game over. Tell my parents, come and get me.
Right.
Parents would deny the collect call. That's how you used to get a call.
Also, like a preview thing, like so that they know who's coming from.
Let it ring and hang up.
They would say, you have a collect call from, and you'd say, my game's over, pick me up.
And if the parent were to accept it, they would be charged for
but
it
they
later.
would
Yeah.
But it was a little scam there.
Got it.
So you would turn it down.
Got it.
But you got the message loud and clear.
Yeah. I remember I was watching Planes, Trains, and Automobiles on Thanksgiving, as I do every year, and Steve Martin's in a long line to use the phone. And I think, God, that's just so antiquated. Like now, that would never, ever be an issue.
No.
Would never. That whole movie would not be an issue, kind of, in modern days.
The Cuckleberry Finn pointed out something that I thought I heard, but I didn't follow up on it. Jackson found an NBA article written by Adam Silver. The NBA commissioner wrote an article. It did sound as if you said it that way.
No. He was quoted in an article in the
It did
Athletic.
sound as if you said
Well, it's
he
good.
wrote it.
Live errors, no omissions. games. I was not talking about him. So right. Although if he were to open up some sort of like
his own Substack,
I'd read it.
Adam Silver's Substack.
Yeah. Notes from the commish.
Writing about the NBA.
Yeah.
Burgle is the verb for burglarized.
Yeah.
Were you going to, Chairman? Did you know that you were going to correct us?
I didn't. I was going to let it go, but yeah, it is correct. It's burgled is the past participle of the verb.
So I was actually, and I used it correctly too.
Correct.
I think so. You just don't hear it very often.
Nice grammar, Jack.
Burgled.
Your vernacular is strong. And that's teacher Kurt over there. When he said the past participle.
Sometimes education Kurt pops out. And
education Kurt.
It's a nice change of pace.
He's 90% dead, but he awakens every now and then.
Yeah, especially with grammar, you come up very clutch.
Well, what is a dangled participle?
Ooh, that I don't know.
Oh.
I know you're not supposed to
end
end
of a texter?
I don't.
The dangled participle.
Yeah, I don't know. I try not to end a sentence with a preposition, Doug.
Right.
Yeah.
Like where are you at? No.
Correct.
Or amidst. Is that not a preposition? Amid? Amid's a preposition.
Sure.
All right.
Doug burgled my rear last night?
No.
I'm sorry.
Right,
that's Neil
enough.
Allen Craig Paquette. I just...
That's enough.
Hey,
Eric,
Mike, I want to slap your big butt cheeks.
Eric in the Central West End. There's that smutting stuff. NBA ratings are down because you have woke losers like Greg Popovich, Steve Kerr, Mark Cuban, LeBron James continually spouting off against Donald Trump. Anyone who supports him, Popovich is the worst. That's why no one wants to watch that garbage. That's from Eric in the Central West End. And Jackson, am I required to say who you find attractive but you're not attracted to?
It helps.
Does Tim have, he adds that every single time.
Yeah, it's true. I guess we can get into that more later, but I disagree.
Do we need to get into that more? Is there something you'd like to get off your chest?
Well, I think that the NBA ratings being down actually is a larger story than just basketball. I think you're going to see similar things more and more in Major League Baseball and NHL specifically. So I think there's a grander conversation to have around it.
Where are those eyeballs going?
That's what we'll get into.
We will.
Okay.
That's teasing.
All right.
Morning. The time that Tim called out late, Jackson ran everything with Vitali. I believe Perk. It was just great work by Jackson. This is from the 636. Collect calling home saying, practice is over, come get me. Then hanging up on a collect call has been gone forever now. Anytime Silver talks, guy just wows me. Best commissioner in sports. Have a great day, boys. From the 636.
I think he might be an alien. He might be. He might be flying
based
those
on
drones.
on his body of work, or maybe just based on his appearance.
His appearance,
Okay.
yeah. James Carville, same thing. Could very well be an alien.
They actually look like they could be related.
That's why I have to keep my hair because I can't grow a beard, and if I'm bald and no beard, it's just a lot of flesh. Luckily, my ears aren't that big. That's what those two guys have trouble with. Is they got big ears.
A lot of flesh.
That's whether you have no beard and just bald head. Yeah, you got nothing. They got no buffer. You get what I'm saying.
As long as Doug is healthy, I'm happy. Doug's laughing fit hanky.
Oh.
So this is from the 636, but it's Doug's laughing fit hanky.
Well, I do need a hanky sometimes.
They have not been changed, however. Jackson has not changed their heading on their phone number.
I'll take care of that.
Doug's laughing fit hanky.
Well,
Doug, what do you know about Munganess?
I hope I never have a laughing fit while I'm driving one of the Munganess cars, but the cars are so good, I'm sure I'd be safe anyway. They sell the best cars at Munganess St. Louis Acura. If you've not test-driven an Acura, you really need to. I mean, these are fantastic cars. They've got me driving the MDX right now. It is really a sweet, sweet ride. They've got other cars out there, too. Also, big selection at Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. Can't beat that Toyota line for reliability. They got new, they've got used cars. You can check them all out online at either dealership. And they've also got a fantastic service department. And we've got a direct number that gets you straight to the muckety muck. So they'll take care of you, give you special treatment because you listen to the show. I'm going to give that number now. 314-252-0029. That was it. 314-252-0029. 29. That'll get you straight to Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganess or Ryan Seiberg, who runs the service department. Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, two fantastic dealerships. Next time you want to buy a car, want to get a car service, this is where you go, and then you won't go anywhere else after that. You'll say, hey, I got a car guy now. I know where I'm going every time I need something automotive related. The websites are stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
This show sounds like TMZ crap. That's what it said on the dossier. First segment intended to be TMZ crap. Tim is fine, guys. He's here in room 306. That's from the Cuck Chair at the Holiday Inn on Watson Road. Oh. The Cuck Chair has written it again. Okay. Jackson, how about that Mizzou win over Jacksonville State? Didn't expect a close one. That's from the Dover Soul.
Yeah, more on that.
We'll talk on that. Yeah, next segment we'll get into it. Blues lose at home to the New Jersey Devils. First real dud, I would say, with Monty. Is the bounce? The dead can't bounce. Is it over? We went 10 games, and then last night they had a dud at home. We'll get into it. Jamie Rivers, 8 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford, 9 o'clock. Surprise guest. I think the callers, the listeners, I think the whole city will enjoy it, Doug.
Oh,
I think it may give this city a lift on what appears to be sort of a crappy weather day. But we'll give you a lift between now and 9:30. It's the morning after on 101 ESPN. I would give out the text line, except I don't know it. I'd give out the phone number, but I don't know it. Oh, Jackie, you're pointing to the wall there. The text line is 399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. The phone line, Collier and Thompson phone line. Call in. Doug, it's a big call-in Wednesday. Chairman Kurt talks to people, and then we never talk to them.
No, he seems to handle most of the calls.
He's got his own show going over there. Collier and Thompson phone line is 314-974-0101. 314-974-0101. Or text 399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. It's the morning after here on 101 ESPN. Tim is out. We have to say that every 30 seconds.
Probably
Tim, under
so.
the weather, hopefully back with us tomorrow. Somebody did say any special guest or guest host before the end of the year. Joe Buck will join us Friday because Indiana is playing Notre Dame. Yeah. There was some talk late in the show yesterday. Was that on air or off air about Joe Theismann maybe joining us to represent the Notre? We want fair and balanced, Doug.
I think we should
You
go
will
for
have, we're going to have Joe's Wild on Friday.
Joe's?
I'll break it.
Joe Rogan.
No, not this week.
Joe Vitale.
Joe Vitale will be
Joe
on
Buck?
with us. Joe Buck and Joe Theismann.
Joe Torre?
And to boot, you know who booked Joe Theismann? Producer Joe. That's 4 Joes.
Gosh, it
1,
sure is.
2, 3, 4 producer. 4 Joes, I should
So
say.
Producer Joe is still delivering for this audience.
Always has, always will. So Joe Theismann will be at 7:30. Hopefully I have Buck at 8:30. Joe Vitale playing is 9:30. And then Gabe DeArmond at 10:15.
What time do you say Theismann? Was he at 8?
7:30.
Okay, I was wondering because I had to move Joe Buck, and I thought, who are we moving Joe for?
I just wanted to do it. I like a on the hour.
Okay.
7:30, 8:30, 9:30. I think that's nice.
I went back to Joe, and I'm like, why am I moving him? Who is? I thought, well, maybe Theismann, but that's the Friday lineup.
That's the Friday lineup.
I think next week is Doug is out early in the week. Tim, Jackson, and I are here. Then the end of the week, Doug and I are here. Maybe Prod Joe, a little stop
I think it'd
by.
be
Chuck
fun.
Marlowe.
Chuck Marlowe's Chuckles.
Jeff Ablin, friend of the show.
Yeah.
Maybe Rich Gould. I think he enjoyed it.
Oh, did he really?
Can I say something about Rich Gould?
Yes, please.
And I want to make the front end of this clear.
However,
On just a resemblance thing, not weight, like he's thinner than this person. I want to emphasize that.
This is now going to clearly be insulting.
Thinner, much thinner than the person I'm going to say, but a little bit of Wayne Knight. Wayne Knight Newman
from Seinfeld.
Okay. Thinner, obviously thinner. Yeah. A little bit.
Producer Joe and Newman?
No, Rich Gould.
Rich Gould.
Yeah.
Nothing there?
I kind of. Yeah. I'll give it about a 2 out of 10.
Okay.
Not real strong. Blues lose last night 4-1 to the New Jersey Devils. Blues are struggling at home. I mean, it's not just Drew Bannister now for Montgomery. It's the same thing. They're 1-2-1 at home under Montgomery. 4 games, just 1 win. They're great on the road. They're 5-1-1 on the road with Montgomery, which is good because the next 3 are away from Enterprise Center. Friday, they're going to be playing, let's start with Thursday before Friday. That's what I meant to do. They've got Tampa Bay Thursday, Florida Panthers Friday, then next Monday they're going to be playing the Detroit Red Wings. Next 3 are on the road, but last night, really disappointing. They get behind 3-0. They pulled the goalie, Doug, with just under 10 minutes left in the game. I kind of liked it.
That might be a record.
I'm serious. What is Berube used to do it with like 3 or 4 minutes?
Yeah.
And they'd only be down 2, and it was kind of a roll of the dice because then you give one up, then you're totally done. But he kind of would just decide if we're ever going to get back in it. 9:40 something. They pulled the goal. It worked. Kyrou scored to make it a 2-goal game, which is what, Doug? The 2-goal game?
The most dangerous lead in all of hockey.
It didn't seem to bother the Devils when they had the 2-goal lead because then they later added an empty netter to win 4-1. Here's Coach Montgomery after the loss.
There's not enough pushback at the start of the third. You had it about halfway through there, but you need to see a little bit more at the start of the period.
Yeah, there was 0 pushback. That was disappointing. We got to get our crowd into it. From my experience, St. Louis has always been a hard place to play because the fans are wild. I thought we had a couple real good hits early. I didn't think it was enough to get the fans to be a little bit louder and more into the game.
He's challenging us.
I think that was
more into the game.
I think that was a reflection on the play on the ice.
Probably,
it's a chicken and egg thing. If you want the fans to be into it, you got to bring the heat.
It's hard to get the crowd going without either a fight or a goal.
Yeah.
If you don't score, and we had a little push and shove in there, but I think until you get a goal, it's hard for the building to come alive.
What about a big hit? A real big forecheck.
Yeah, but it's just not quite the same.
They don't really have a maniac who flies around the ice headhunting.
Does that really go on still in hockey?
Not much.
Like a Tyson Nash who just
even Ryan Reeves got it going a little bit.
Rempe's the guy for the Rangers, right?
Certainly Steve Ott was that guy. Yeah, there's not a lot of that anymore. There's almost no fighting.
Right.
I don't think he was mad at the fans. I think it was kind of mutual. Like, we didn't do our part, and because we didn't do our part, though, they weren't really too into
to me,
it.
I took it as, like, if you want the fans to be into it, you have to give them something. You have to bounce back. You have to respond. You have to give them something to cheer about. When they do, they're an asset, but you have to kind of activate them. I didn't think it was a shot at the fans.
No, not a shot. He was just kind of asking for more, I think. Maybe.
Kyrou now has a 12-game point streak. First time that's happened since Craig Janney, who I think texts into this show. First time in over 30 years you had a Blues player with a 12-game point streak. So Kyrou is red hot. Blues bad at home. It's that simple, Doug. So the question persists, is the 10-game bump over? Was that the honeymoon, the 10 games?
Does the dead cat come to rest?
Does a dead cat come to rest?
I'd say yes.
Dead cat's done?
I'd say the dead cat bounces over at this point.
So who are they? The team that wasn't very inspiring or very good, or highly competitive, close, entertaining games for those 10?
I think that's who they are. They're a team that can go either way any night. You don't really know. They can beat the best teams in the league, and they can lose to some of the lesser teams in the league. Although New Jersey's one of the best teams in the league.
Hell's they on scholarships too?
Yeah, they on scholarship too.
Yeah,
but San Jose, not one of the better teams. They came in here and won. They're highly inconsistent. They don't have scoring from a whole lot of lines. If it's not Thomas and Kyrou and Buchnevich, good luck getting some points.
What about the WTF line?
Yeah, Holloway had a couple. He had a good run there for a little while, but they do definitely need a little bit more scoring.
WTF doesn't bring a lot of scoring. They bring that energy, that grit you're looking for, but Saad has just been almost invisible. Shen doesn't score too often. Neighbors has been really quiet of late. So to Doug's point, I like when people say "to my point." to Doug's point, it's true because they're leaning on Thomas, Kyrou, and Buchnevich right now, And if those guys aren't scoring, there isn't enough. Call that supplementary, Jackson.
Is that a solo radio move to
my
point?
I heard somebody say it, and I can't. It would have been on ESPN National, and somebody said, "To my point," which I think means they didn't buy in on what you were saying the first time.
Right.
So you had to kind of double down and say, "To my point."
Yeah, and something I was alluding to earlier, and then you kind of bring it full circle. But
as I previously stated, or in this era of getting scooped because all the national pundits scoop everything, now you say, as I referenced last week.
With Olivia Ponton, as we referenced last week.
As I alluded to in our off-air conversation, which doesn't quite count.
Referencing an off-air conversation.
To my point. It is the morning after. You can text in. You can call in. We occasionally actually go to those calls. We'll talk some Mizzou basketball as well, because that was stunning, not only in how they almost lost to Jacksonville State, but the player who saved the day. I may have to quiz Doug on his knowledge of Jacob Cruz.
Yeah.
We'll talk some NBA Cup. I'm assuming that's probably part of the update. I don't want to steal from the update, Doug. But
No, you shouldn't, because you get a lot of information in those updates.
Oh, and the NBA ratings have plummeted. Do we get into why? It's not Minnesota's fault.
It's not.
Can you explain
not the Timberwolves' fault. Why it's not Minnesota's fault?
Yeah.
Do they have a theory as to why the ratings are dry? Eric from the Central West End.
Yeah.
Do you think there's something to that? I think that Trump's got a ton of supporters, followers, and if they're sick of all these people.
I don't know why this year would be the year where they're like, all right, and I don't know if that many people who would be that passionate about that were really watching a lot of NBA in the first place, but I could be wrong.
But what is the...
It can't help. I'm not sure that that's the main reason why ratings are down, but it doesn't help when they went to play, was it the Olympics, or did they just have the Olympic
Yeah, this
team?
is past summer.
Yeah, the first thing they did was get off the plane and endorse Kamala Harris for president. It doesn't help them.
Yeah, well,
it may not be. Certainly it's not the sole reason why ratings are down. But when you take in a country that's very much polarized right now, when you take a side one way or the other, it doesn't help you to do that.
I can see that. I think, like you said, there's no such thing as one particular reason, but we'll get into that more. And I want to.
I want to know that. Can you tell me what the article surmises?
There's a lot of different reasons why people think it's down. It could be there's this recent narrative about the amount of three-pointers that are taken, the lack of generational stars, which I think is wrong, but I think there's merit somewhere in there. Illegal streaming is a big thing, that because it's a younger sport, or it gears towards a younger audience.
So it's not getting the ratings for people that are watching.
I think that's part of it. Again, I don't think there is one sole reason. I think if someone tells you this is the reason why the NBA ratings are down, they give you one reason. They are not painting a full picture.
But it's not Minnesota's fault. That's the only thing.
That's the only thing we can decide fully. That is not the Timberwolves'
fault. But why
fault.
would it have been Minnesota's fault if the ratings were down?
I don't know. That article came from like the Timberwolves Sports Illustrated tab.
Timberwolves Sports Illustrated.
So it was their own version of ratings are down.
Don't worry. Out their own press release.
Worry. Like in Milwaukee, there's one that says, "Don't blame the Bucks, but ratings are down."
Yeah.
It probably doesn't help that the two LA teams are mediocre and the Chicago team is bad, and the Brooklyn team is bad. From the biggest markets, the Knicks are pretty good.
The Knicks are really good, and Chicago hasn't been good in 20 years. Or have had moments.
But it doesn't help when your biggest markets have teams that aren't good.
Yeah, no, the market thing is real.
There was a tweet I saw a week or two ago, and the title just said, "Why I Don't Watch the NBA." And it was a real game. I don't remember which team, what teams were playing, and it showed them dribbling down real slow, and they kick it over to one guy, and he launches a three, misses. They come back the other way. They dribble it down kind of slow. They launch a three, and it misses. They come back down, dribble it, launch a three, and somebody said, "This is why I don't watch."
I think that's a terrible argument.
I think it's accurate.
But you can't cherry pick 1 minute of a sport and then say, "This is why I don't."
I understand, but
that's
is it
disingenuous.
But is it representative?
No, it's not. It's not. They shoot a lot, but that's ignoring how they get the shots off. I think that's totally disingenuous. I could pick up 1 minute of every single major North American sport and show you this is a terrible sequence, but it's not a reason not to watch. I think that's totally cherry picked.
But the other night they set a record for like 48 missed threes in a game.
Yeah,
48. Kobe Bryant said it best. He said he calls it accidental basketball. He said it's a pick and roll, and whoever gets the first 3-point shot takes it. He said that's the NBA basketball now.
R.I.P. Mamba, but he's not my North Star of efficient basketball.
You know more basketball than Kobe Bryant?
No, I'm saying he wasn't himself the most efficient player. He took a lot of bad shots. I think that is ignoring nuance. That's where I'm at on that. I think that there's ways that people get open and they shoot the threes. It's not just step up and fire. But
the San Antonio Spurs played very entertaining basketball when they were in their heyday. They'd pass the ball around very quickly and very unselfishly and won championships that way. That was entertaining. For me, it was.
The game has changed a little bit since then.
Yeah.
The emphasis on what you want and what you need to build a roster has changed.
But just the launching of the 3-point shots, analytically, that may be the best way to go. But for me as a fan, it's just not terribly interesting.
And I get that, and that's a very fair and valid point. And I think that you're not alone in that, but I don't know a way to fix that. That's where I'm at on that.
Leave it to out-of-touch men from Missouri to blame it on endorsing a presidential candidate, LOL. I think that was offered up by a texter as a possible reason.
I said it doesn't help them to do that.
Yeah. Well, we were reacting to a texter. Somebody else just said NBA is bad. Jackson, are you forgetting the Kirk Heinrich era of the post-Jordan Bulls? They were great for a year.
Ben Gordon, Luol Deng, Joakim Noah later came on, Derrick Rose. They've had moments of popping up, but they have been one of the worst franchises since Jordan left.
If I watch the NBA, I use Crack Streams.
Yeah,
is that an actual site?
That's an illegal streaming site. That's where I think that's not a big part, but a part of ratings going down is people not wanting to pay cable subscriptions, not wanting to pay for like whatever other services, NBA League Pass, and just saying I can figure out a way to watch it illegally, and that's what I'm going to do.
It's probably a mixture of all these things that we've mentioned.
Yes.
You throw them all together in the pot, and then
but I also think that Major League Baseball and NHL are going to be finding similar issues, or if they haven't faced these issues before. I think long regular seasons are going to be tougher and tougher to garner interest from with so many options out there with stuff to watch. You know, yes, you have the streaming services that have great television shows, this, that, and the other, movies, every movie you could ever want to watch. But also some people might be like, I'd rather spend 30 minutes scrolling my phone.
Yeah. And if you're on social media, you see more people talking about Yellowstone than you do about sports
and
nowadays.
You can watch all the highlights on your social media app, you know, and I think it both helps and hurts the sport. So I think that there is a number of factors, not just one.
You can't blame Jackson for the NBA ratings. He does his part.
I do the work.
That's from the 218. Kurt, where is the 218? 217 will get you to Decatur.
Iggy was always really good at getting the area code. He would nail the area code.
218.
That's northern Minnesota, Martin.
Northern
like
Minnesota.
Duluth.
Wow.
Moorhead.
The Iron Range.
You think they're
That's what they call it.
Think they just wanted to make sure we didn't blame the Timberwolves for the bad ratings? It's because they play no defense and chuck 85 threes a game. It's not fun to watch. Somebody else said that's what the Billikens do, and I would agree, but also say college basketball, Mizzou, they all chuck the threes. It's the game right now.
The three most efficient shots in basketball are a wide open layup, a free throw, and a three-pointer, and they look for those shots in that order every single possession.
But why are they the most efficient when hitting 30% is considered a good rate?
The league average is higher than 30% from three, and it's because you get an extra point. You get an extra point for a shot that you can hit almost as efficiently as a mid-range shot. It makes
I don't know
sense.
that they can do that. I bet they hit the 15-footer a lot more efficiently than they hit the 25-footer.
But 15-footer is more often contested than a three-pointer. You're closer to the basket.
But you'd have to check the shooting percentage. I bet the shooting percentage is still higher, contested or no.
But it doesn't make it more efficient. The efficiency, because you're getting the extra point, is you get a little bit more buffer the other way because you're getting.
Don't say buffer.
If the difference is nominal, then the extra point is the more valuable shot. Those are the three.
NBA is boring. All the flopping and traveling, fake fouls, trash offense, lack of defense. It's boring.
Okay, that's some people you can't convince. I tend to think that someone who claims they don't play defense or it's all flopping doesn't actually watch the games, but. That's just my opinion.
When Tim is out, do the listeners offer their wives to Jackson instead?
Offer them to Kurt. That's where I'd go.
Okay.
I'll take them.
Yeah,
You're
Kurt's
open to
single.
that?
Kurt's
Are you?
That's not education, Kurt, right there.
No, that's a little Randy
This
Kurt.
is water sports, Kurt.
Do you require pictures, or is it any port in the storm situation?
Oh, we might be reaching any port in a storm territory.
gosh.
It's a nice optimistic one.
To your point, to my own point. A lot of textures about the NBA. Boy, Tim's going to come in tomorrow. Oh, my God, what is this, NBA? I told Timmy it was really bad. It was all NBA talk. And you bring the smut back Thursday. Tim is out today. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt going until 11 o'clock. Blues lose last night to New Jersey. We'll talk more. Jamie Rivers, 8 o'clock. Also, Jeremy Rutherford's in studio at 9. The surprise guest coming your way at 9:30. You can text in. What's that number? Oh, it's the 399-9646 text line. Air Comfort Service text line. We're in the Design Air. We've got the email, the Design Air
Heating,
email
cooling
of the day.
Yep.
Yes,
Email
we've
of the
got
day.
the phone lines. That's Collier and Thompson. That's 314-974-0101. Powered by Mungodass. What else? What am I missing here?
Well, we are in the Mungonass 7 o'clock hour.
We're in the Mungodass, and we're actually kind of on time.
Yeah.
Hey, a quick shout out to the loyal YouTube people.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Both 101 ESPN and TMA STL on YouTube.
They've had a little chat session going on.
Yeah, talking it over, breaking it down.
We've got the app, the Schaefer Door Company app. You can listen on the app. Or on Crack Streams. You can probably can you find this show on Crack Streams?
Don't listen to us on Crack Streams.
Studio cameras brought to you by the Air Alliance team. Doug is front and center today without Tim, and mine is on fire. I look like Casper.
You got the hothead now.
Welcome to my world.
Instead of hot takes,
That's how I walk around. That's how I walk around all day.
All right, it's TMA, the morning after on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night to the New Jersey Devils, off today, and then they will be back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
The dossier did not include a great NBA debate, but once we found out it wasn't the Timberwolves' fault, that the ratings were low, it sort of opened the door, and now, folks, I got to say, Jackson, people are chiming in about the NBA here.
Well, because they're going to dance on the grave, and it's...
Not everybody.
No, I'm sure, I know. But
really hard for me to give the Timberwolves a free pass on all this.
Yeah, it's about time they got what's coming to them.
I kind of wonder why Georgia wasn't better. And you got Anthony Edwards, like Tom Crean, star player, and like didn't seem to be doing anything. Analytics show it's better to shoot a three-pointer than a two-pointer. I understand that. And they work out the math, and Josh Schertz in their studio, I believe, actually walked through it when explaining why Robbie Avila spends so much time outside of the paint because he's valuable shooting those threes. But even if the analytics say it makes sense, it doesn't mean it's more entertaining.
No, you could say the same thing in baseball. Analytics say it's better to hit the home run than try to get 2 or 3 hits.
Well, that's where
it's still pretty boring.
That's where it gets into my grander look at at this, because baseball's. I mean, we just had the commissioner of baseball suggest something like the golden at bat. To, like there's only so much a league can do rules wise or like policy wise that can truly help the entertainment without fundamentally changing the game. Like people, I mean, we're not long removed from the addition of the DH in the NL, where people have said that's also fundamentally changing the game. And so, like, what is that? How far can you go before you change the game? And it's a different style of game. I don't know. Like, they could back up the 3-point line. Guys will just learn to shoot better from longer.
Yeah, they probably already could.
Yeah,
Curry's anywhere inside half court, he'll shoot it. Like,
well, what are you gonna do?
Jackson, go home. The war is over. The NBA sucks. Oh, Jackson, it's okay to be wrong. And then a couple people pointed out at Doug and I being old, said leave it to the olds to literally argue against analytics, like the facts, that the numbers are there. Somebody else said, why not make a dunk worth 3 points? That would bring back the inside game.
I told you, the first thing that they look for is the shot at the rack. That's how you get open threes, by driving to the basket.
Then you kick it out.
And then you kick it out.
Kick it out.
And Coach Kilcoyne last night, working with the squad.
Oh, yeah?
Just kick the ball.
Drive and kick.
Drive and kick.
Yeah.
Pick and roll. Our guys would set the pick, Doug, but they wouldn't roll.
No, there's
nobody
rolling.
rolls.
I always thought in youth basketball they should say the three-pointer only counts in like the last 2 minutes of a game, because that's all an 8-year-old wants to do.
Right.
They'd rather go 1 for 30 from 3 to say I made one than to go 19 of 20 shooting layups. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
We were going against another 8th grade team last night. I said to the coach, could you guys press us a little? We got to work on breaking the press. He said, you think we can press? He said, we can barely make a layup. I said, okay, we'll work on that another night. Guys, Tim is so disappointed in the basketball talk, he just blew groceries.
Oh, I bet he did.
That's from the 314. Does Tim today have an interview with the Cardinals to run the front office? That's from Iggy's Wanker, who does not have it permanently marked as their name. Somebody else said, how do I get a nickname from Jackson?
I'll throw it on there.
No, but somebody else said that, but they didn't offer a name. But they said, how do I think we are not assigning these handles.
No. If you ever want your name saved, just sign the bottom of the text with what you want saved in there. But don't change it every other text, because then I'm not adding it in there.
Martin, what's the fax number? I could barely remember the text line or the phone numbers, but now we have to hand out. That's from the 703. And I'm not good at the 703 either.
703.
Wow.
Every now and then you still get something where they say, just fax that over to me. And I say, I don't have a clue how to fax you anything.
I've never sent a fax in my life.
Go to Kinko's to do that?
I guess. Are there even Kinko's still around?
Can your home printer do that?
I've never sent a fax in my life. Why would I need to? The email exists. With email, why would I ever need to send a fax?
703 Northern Virginia.
Nova.
Fairfax.
Maybe Michael Vick with that new job. Yeah. Remember, Doug, what we did yesterday? We did a deep dive into Sacramento State because Michael Vick was taking the football job.
Right.
And they got the war going with Adam Schefter and Doug Gottlieb about how much NIL money they had at Sac State. Then we found out Lester Holt, Joan London, Bobby McFerrin, they all went to Sacramento State.
Yeah.
And we never heard of the place.
And then he took a job at Norfolk State as the football coach.
Yeah, we did all
what
that.
What the hell happened there?
We did all that chirping for nothing.
So now I got to do a deep dive on Norfolk State, which is upsetting the Mizzou people.
No, please don't.
Best known for a big win.
Is there a big Navy base there?
Norfolk?
That's right. That whole area.
Yeah.
But Michael Vick is from Virginia, so did Sacramento State think they had a deal? And then Norfolk State is like, well, he lives close to us. I wonder if he'd coach our team. Like, it shifted dramatically. Neither are exactly a football powerhouse.
He's from Newport News, right? Isn't that where the part of Virginia?
A weird name.
Isn't that
the
weirdest name for a city?
Is that the newspaper? No, it's the town.
Like Newport News is the name of the town, and that's that always struck me as odd.
Like the Decatur Gazette. What's that? The paper? No, it's the town.
Right. Like that's like, and then also isn't where Penn State is called State College, Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Odd. But I kind of like it. I kind of like
cool generic name for a college town.
Well, I like where they're just the sweaters like the Jim Belushi ones that say State. College.
Yeah. Or Tech.
I don't want to go too far down the Norfolk State rabbit hole, but talking notable famous alum, I figured you'd appreciate this one. J.B. Smoove.
Oh, nice.
Norfolk State.
Yeah, absolutely.
David fame.
How do you spell that last name? Because you said Smoove.
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 One of the best sidekicks in recent comedy.
Oh, let's go down that rabbit hole. But I'm wondering how Michael Vick shifted dramatically from all this NIL money that was available. Adam Schefter breaks the story. And then the next day, he's going to Norfolk State.
Maybe he was leveraging
those two jobs?
Norfolk State and Sacramento State.
Maybe they had better dog fighting in the Norfolk State area?
No, that was a little hanging fruit. Yeah. But I may respect it.
Yeah, it's hard for him to shake that.
I like this from Eric in the Central West End. This show needs a golden take, much like the golden at bat.
Don't mind it.
So whenever Libby Jack rambles, Tim, Doug, or Martin can step in with a better topic. So we get to play it. What, do we each get one?
Is it one an hour?
A golden take.
I don't really even have
to just play a golden take.
I seldom have takes on stuff that's like actually important or noteworthy. Most of my takes are trivial in nature. Like I gave that thing about the vinegar-based slaw. Like that was the most passionate I've been in a while. Mm-hmm. Creamy all day.
You're in favor?
No, I prefer a creamy slaw.
All right.
Vinegar-based slaw.
The three-pointer obsession is the equivalent to the launch angle obsession, which home runs are great, but if that's all you're swinging for, it can bore the tears out of which
the
we've
late
seen.
90s was fascinating baseball, but it wasn't home run or strikeout. Guys actually hit the ball a little bit more.
Well, the big question is a team's objective every year is to win a championship. And if the analytics tell you that your better chance of winning is doing it one way and it's not entertaining, what is the league to do? Like change the goal? Is the goal to at the end of the year, whoever has the most viewers gets the title? Like they're doing whatever they can to win. And
the goal for the league is to make it as entertaining as possible.
Right, but they also have to keep
eyeballs on the game.
But they also have to keep a competitive level to it. And if they're saying you can't do what the numbers say is the best thing to do, that would take away some of the competitive nature of it.
Do you agree that Curry's changed basketball forever? He's the GOAT shooter. So everybody wants to be Steph.
Yeah, he's undoubtedly the GOAT shooter. And he absolutely changed. It's a copycat league. And so when they started winning a bunch of championships behind his shooting, teams said, all right, this is the best thing for us to do.
The bigger problem for it to be competitive is that now you can get 2 or 3 superstars on a team and win.
They've done something to change that with the new CBA and the second apron rule where you can't.
Second apron.
It's a luxury tax thing. If you reach a certain amount over the payroll or over the salary cap, you basically can do nothing. So it's tough to add a ton of superstars to one team and incentivize guys to stay with the team they were drafted by.
From the 618, can't we all just get along? I think we're getting along.
I think this is a
lively debate, lively discussion.
Guys hanging out, talking ball. I think it's pretty good stuff.
I think Ed Herman came in yesterday ready to challenge me again. I just didn't have the energy. I feel like he spent the last 2 weeks researching it further.
Yeah.
Eddie Baseball came in when I'm like, okay, fine.
This isn't really Thunderdome, we don't really have. This isn't really the platform to scream at each other.
The NBA is a trash league. Do I scream when I read this? It's a trash league.
If you feel it, it's all about feeling.
I always feel like I'm going to knock Casey off the air if I start screaming. All right, we got some Allman Brothers. Whoa, just got knocked off the air. I got J.D. Blackfoot in the 10 o'clock hour. Doug, you want to hear some J.D. Blackfoot?
Well, if I knew who he was, I'd like that.
Big in St. Louis. The NBA is a trash league. The NBA talk is giving everyone a headache. Talk fries. Talk roller grill items. Where's Tim? Come back, Timmy. That's from Fuelsy.
You guys
Tim
like a
is-
roller grill? You guys ever get a dog off the
No,
grill?
once in my life have I done that.
You probably
one
at a
time.
concession stand. You may not know
at
it.
a stadium.
Yeah, you mean at the gas
At
station.
a golf course, I might have a hot dog at the turn.
Yeah.
But when I walk into QT, I would never touch it.
I like calling them grease missiles.
Oh,
That'd be a good moniker. Somebody
Yeah,
texting in
the
from the
grease-
grease missile.
The grease missile.
The Grease Missile. Design Air sponsors the email of the day. That's always at around 10:45. Design Air Heating and Cooling is the longest-running TMA supporter advertiser on this show. And they've been around St. Louis since 1904, probably before there were roller grills, long before there were payphones even. That's how long they've been doing this. Design Air, fourth generation. Seth Goldcamp and the team. Longest running TMA supporter. They bring you that email of the day. And if your furnace is acting up, you want to have some folks come and fix it, but you also want to relieve the stress where you're getting a sales pitch instead of a repair. You want them in there to fix the furnace, not to upsell you, and that's why they work with their entire team to make sure that does not happen. They want you to have a great experience, and folks have, thousands and thousands have, used Design Air like Tim and Doug and me, and they do it real simple. Get in there, fix it without trying to upsell you. DesignAirService.com is the website. Schedule online for all your heating and cooling needs. And this time of year, yes, it's going to get cold again. After a little break in the action, it is the winter season. Keep Design Air handy if your furnace acts up. It's DesignAirService.com. Tim is out. We have a little buzzer. Tim is, like in baseball, you have to give the score. Mm-hmm. Greg Warren does that whole bit. Where's the score, dumbass? His uncle would yell at the radio because he didn't give the score. Tim is under the weather today. We're plowing ahead. Sans Tim, Jamie Rivers coming up at 8 o'clock talking about the Blues who lost last night at home to the Devils 4-1. 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN, the morning after. Doug Vaughn's here.
Yeah.
Jackson Burkett's here. Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, minus Tim. We're forging ahead. He is under the weather today, but you know what? There's still a show. There's still a show.
Absolutely. The show must go on.
And the dossier is still in front of us, and it says that Jamie Rivers is with us right now, Blues analyst, former Blues player, talking about the loss 4-1 last night at home to the New Jersey Devils. Jamie, welcome aboard. What is it about this home ice? It was happening before Monty got here, and now he's 1-2-1 behind the bench. This, you want to play this? I'm going to go real deep here, Jamie, and say you want to play your best in front of your home fans. They're just not.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is because they've been playing well. Obviously, certainly under Monty, things have been going a lot better. But when you break it down, you got to win on home ice. You're right. Other teams should be afraid to come into your building. It should be known that we're going into St. Louis and they're good at home. We're probably going to lose this game. For whatever reason, it just hasn't worked that way. I wish I could come up with something like really smart and tell you, this is exactly why it's happening. But I really can't. I thought they played a pretty good game last night. New Jersey's a good team. There was a tight checking game. It was not much to be had for most of the game. And you go into the third period down 3-0, which wasn't ideal, and try to claw your way back. And obviously that didn't work out.
Most of the games they've lost here over the last 2 or 3 weeks are scoring either 1 or 2 goals. That won't cut it. How do they find more offense?
Yeah, that's obviously a huge topic with this team right now. Overall, is creating more offense, and I think you got to simplify things a little bit. I think that sometimes there's more of a. I don't know this for a fact. I think that there's a mentality of we got to make sure we get in the perfect spot every time to get a shot on net. Whereas, right now I think you got to generate more volume to the net, just pucks and bodies to the net. It's not always ideal. I know that when Ken Hitchcock was here, there was that funnel everything to the net, pucks to the net from everywhere, shoot from everywhere. And then, Craig Berube took over, and he was more like quality over quantity, which I understand because sometimes in the NHL, if you just shoot pucks from everywhere, it's just giving the puck back to the other team because you really don't have a chance to score, and the goalie can make a save, and they get the puck, and then they're off to the races. But I think somewhere in between that is where the Blues need to be, to where they pick the high-quality spots that they can, but at the same time, throwing it at the feet of the goaltender doesn't suck either. Look at Kairou's goal last night. It wasn't really a work of art. He just had it, and he threw it towards the net, and he threw it in the feet of Markstrom, and Markstrom didn't really make a good save, and it went in the net. So I wish there was a really easy explanation to it, but I just think you got to keep working hard, which is cliche, of course. But then you got to get bodies and pucks to the net more often and try to create more chaos around that net.
Blues pulled a goalie with a little over 9:40 to go in the game. I'm sure there's analytics that say when to go for it or do it. Maybe it's still a little bit of a gut by the. I thought Berube would do it early, and that was with 3 minutes to go. Blues are down 3. It worked. They got the Kyrou goal. Were you surprised by that?
Yeah, a little bit. And, this goes back to a couple of years ago when Patrick Waugh was with the Avalanche. Patrick Waugh, the team be down by 2 or 3 in the second period. He pulled the goalie in the second period. He was the first one to do it. And it's odd, but at the same time, you're still down by, a number of goals at that point. Like, you might as well go for it because you're not generating much as it is. And that's what it was last night. You weren't generating much. You had a face-off in the offensive zone, and Monty just decided, screw it. What's the worst that can happen? They score? Well, we're already down by 3. So might as well give it a shot and go for it. And it worked out. It was awesome. And, at that point, right after that, there was a surge of energy that went through, the building, but also that team. And following that, they're on their toes or going. And at one point, you think, okay, this is possible here. They could make a run at this thing. So that one decision that got them a goal also sparked a little energy within the team.
Yeah, and Kyrou in recent years has at times been the scapegoat for things when they went wrong. But now you look at what he's doing this year and you wonder where would they be without him?
Yeah, Doug, it's really it's kind of nice to see how good he's playing. Offensively, he's always been able to do some things. But look at last night in particular, just recently, but last night, a couple of good defensive plays. He had a pretty good hit on Jack Hughes, and then he scores the goal. Like, he is leading the charge this year. And, we did this yesterday on the Fast Lane. We asked people, like, are you happy with Jordan Kyrou? Because you're right, he's been a lightning rod for criticism almost since the day he's gotten here. And he does provide a lot of offense. He's flashy at times, but his biggest criticism is he just plays offense, doesn't care defensively, he's not responsible, doesn't play that 200-foot game. Well, I understand that, and I've said this before too, and people laugh, but Brett Hull never played a 200-foot game.
Did you tell him that?
Putting 80 goals in the back of the net, so we're willing to overlook that, and I don't think Jordan Kyrou is going to do that, and I'm certainly not comparing him to Brett Hull. I'm just saying that not all players are created the same way to where they play that solid 200-foot game. But Jordan Kyrou is proving right now that he's capable of playing a much more well-rounded game. And I haven't seen as much criticism of Jordan Kyrou here lately. People seem to be coming around to the fact that, hey, this guy's a pretty good hockey player.
Blues analyst Jamie Rivers with us. We're talking about the Blues loss to the Devils 4-1 last night. Now on the road again. Tampa Bay Thursday night against the Florida Panthers. Friday, Detroit next Monday. Texters are concerned, Jamie, about your voice, your nose. They're wondering if you're under the weather or if you had an all-night rager. They would like a clarification.
No, I did not have an all-night rager. I wish I did. That would be a much better story. No, the morning I wake up, I've got these damn allergies, and it takes a little while to kick in to get rid of them, but I appreciate the texter's concerns. It's nice that you're looking out for me.
I think you sound great, Jamie.
Oh, thank you, Jackson. Thank you.
Did he call you JR? He called you JR when he put you on hold, and I said, did you confuse him with Jeremy Rutherford? He goes, no, Jamie Rivers, JR.
Yeah, I said, he's like, JR, well, I go, hey, Jackson, don't worry, it works.
It works.
It does. I kind of fell backwards into it. I was like, oh, well, I guess he is Jamie Rivers. JR isn't way off base. Obviously, we call Jimmy Rutherford JR.
It's not off base at all, Jackson.
Yeah.
Jamie, is the face-off percentages, I know I don't want to get too granular here, but it feels like that's been more of an issue in recent games.
Yeah, obviously you want to win a face-off, but it gives you the puck to start to play. But for whatever reason, the Blues have been struggling in the face-off. Now, Robert Thomas has been, their best guy overall. Braden Shen is kind of up and down and all around. But you got to work on it, man. You got to keep going. You got to figure out what's going on. I see these guys work at practice almost every day, to where after practice, Steve Ott's working with the centerman, talking about face-offs and strategies and things like that. And, the face-off sometimes, like, people think, the centerman, it's all about the center iceman. It's not. Like, the wingers participate in this too. It's because a lot of times both centermen get wrapped up or tied up together, and the puck's just sitting there. You got to have help. You have your wingers come in to help out, grab the puck, and make sure that your team gets possession. And sometimes, honestly, if you're not able to win the puck cleanly as a centerman, you just tell your wingers, hey, listen, I'm just going to tie up the other guy. I'm just going to basically make it a tie face-off. You guys have to come in and get the puck. And most of the time when a guy's losing a lot of face-offs to a certain individual specifically, that's what they'll do. It's like, look, screw it. I'm just going to grab his stick basically and make sure he cannot win it. And then everybody else come in and help out so that we have a chance to win this face-off. But it is something that they've got to continue to keep working on.
You mentioned Shen a moment ago. He's got 5 goals, and he's a -7. Brandon Saad's got 4 goals. He's a -8. Justin Falk's got 1 goal. He's a -7. These are guys making pretty good money. Supposedly the backbone of your team. They're going to need more from that trio, aren't they, if they're going to go anywhere?
So you're focusing on the plus-minus? Is that what we're doing here?
Well, just the production in general is not great.
Yeah, well, the production, you're right, could always be better. Plus-minus, though, I just don't look at that the same way as we used to. There's so many variables now in the game where you could be on the ice for a goal, have your guy be doing your job perfectly, and you get a minus, and it has nothing to do with you as an individual. So, and I know that's not all that you're focusing on, Doug. I understand that. But that's one part that I'd overlook. The rest of it, they need more. They need more from a lot of guys. Right now, you don't want to become a team that is just solely winning because your top three guys are scoring all the time. If Bushnevich, everyone, Thomas aren't scoring, you're losing. You can't have that. You just can't. You need more. And for a little bit of time, you had Holloway going, you had Neighbors going, you had multiple players scoring some goals. You need to get back to that. You need to figure it out. You need to make sure you got guys that are putting the puck in the net, creating offense. Otherwise, you are going to have those games like last night where you don't generate very much. You'll have more times where you're losing because you can only put one goal on the board. And to win in the National Hockey League, you need to score 3 goals a game. I mean, that's kind of the magic number for the Blues. They've got great goaltending, and when they score 3 goals, their percentages of winning a hockey game are much greater.
A texter pointed out the home issues go way back. There was a stretch there. They said Ken Hitchcock. I think it was Andy Murray, where the team stayed at a hotel in St. Louis the night before a game. This is going way back, but I think it was an Andy Murray idea. Have you ever heard teams doing that, a hotel, even when they're in their home city?
Oh, Marty, don't bring up Andy Murray, please.
Oh, no, I did. Okay,
Why
it was
would you
Hitch.
do
It was not
that?
Andy Murray. It was, what's the problem with Andy Murray? Jamie Rivers doesn't want to talk Andy Murray.
Yeah, no, Andy was an interesting individual. I've done that before with teams, but it's in the playoffs. You get everybody together the night before. You have a little team meeting, a video, whatever. You have a team meal, and you hunker down, and you do the whole hotel thing in the playoffs while you're at home. I don't think staying at a hotel is going to make a difference. Like, these guys are professional athletes. If you can't get your crap together while you're sitting in your own home,
right?
Come on. And then let's go one step further just for a second. This team in particular has been on the road for almost the entire month of December.
Right. The last thing they need is another hotel room.
Right? Like, can you imagine if Jim Montgomery comes in, hey guys, we're going to stay at a hotel, there would be some pushback on that. The guys, as much as sometimes it's busy at home with wives, girlfriends, kids, whatever the heck's going on, it's still something that there's something about it that makes you feel, good to be home as an athlete and to be a part of your family. And sometimes it gives you a boost to have that extra little bit of interaction with your loved ones. I can't imagine Braden Shen coming back off the road from 10 days in Canada, and the next home game, Jim Montgomery says, hey, we're going to stay in a hotel, guys.
Right.
I think there would be some resistance from the team to be doing that. And I think it would, for me, I think at this point it would cause more harm than good.
If you ever had a big radio show coming up the next day, would you and the other guys on the show stay in a hotel the night before?
Doug, I think it's a great idea. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take it to the panel with the Fast Lane. And, we realize that every now and then there's a huge radio show that we have to perform well. Mm-hmm. We might find the nearest days in and hunker down over there and make sure that we're ready to go.
Right. Watch some video.
And then
video, have some sound checks, go over some of the segments that work, some of that didn't work, check the text line. You got to find out what's working, Doug.
It's professional right there.
And then once again, I don't want to scar Jamie, but to once again channel Andy Murray, then what you do as the executive producer or the GM or the coach, you slide a note under the door. Andy Murray, when they were on the road, he would put notes and slide them under the door with like suggestions and things they needed to work on. And I remember Big Walt saying, I don't want to wake up and see a crumpled piece of paper sliding under my damn door. Like, that was another tact that he tried. So we're just brainstorming
let me tell you
here.
A story about that, Marty. Because I was here with Andy Murray when he first got here in my second tour of duty. And Barrett Jackman and I were roommates, and Andy Murray used to have the game notes for the next morning's meeting, and he'd slide them under the door. When we first had Andy come on board, we went, okay, this is great. We'll take a look at it, whatnot. We didn't know there was a quiz the next morning. And that's how, because Andy's like a school teacher guy. So the next morning was literally a quiz of what was on the page. So we learned that, okay, we better look at these things, but then you just get over it. And I remember, I forget exactly where we were. I think we may have been in Columbus, for that matter. And I told Jack, I said, watch this. because I could hear the guys, Andy Murray, coming down the hallway. He slides the paper under the door into our room, and I slid it back out into the hallway. He slid the paper back under. I sent it back into the hallway. We did this like 3 or 4 times. And then the final one, I'm like, slide it back in the hallway, and it didn't come back. And I looked at Jackson and go, well, I think we won.
And you were traded, what, 2 days later, 3 days later?
Yeah, about a week later, I was on waivers.
Okay. Well, you showed him. You showed him. Jamie, have a great trip to Florida. At least you're going to be in Florida. You got Tampa Bay Thursday, and then Florida Panthers, the defending Stanley Cup champions, Matthew Tkachuk, Friday night. You'll see it all on FanDuel Sports Network with Jamie Rivers and John Kelly, friends of the show there. Have a great trip. Will you come back before Detroit? I guess you'll come back for the weekend.
No, we're going Tampa, Florida, staying in South Florida for a couple of days, and then headed up to Detroit.
Okay. That sounds like a pretty smart. Rich Jankowski has done it again. All right, Jamie, have a great trip.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right, Jamie.
Jamie Rivers checking in with us on the program, and it's time to. You guys want to hear from Tim? I think maybe people would feel
just
better
to hear his voice, even if it was recorded. It'd be wonderful.
Jamie, just tell him about 100 West Dental.
Hey, even if you don't have a dental plan, you can go work with Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental. Watch this: 100 West Dental. .com. Went out to his offices for the first time a couple weeks ago, got to see what they have built right across from Munganess St. Louis Acura, and it is super impressive. Doug, we've determined that's in Baldwin on Manchester.
I think it is.
Probably near the Baldwin Beer Bridge.
Barely.
I had to guess. 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. No dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. No phone calls needed to get in. You can just check out the website with the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal listener. 100westdental.com. Use my name, and you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. That's 100westdental.com.
Well, that was nice. Just
guys. Oh, and here, Big Tuft has chimed in. Can you guys just play Tim drops and Tim's live reads all day? We need, all caps, we need to hear Timmy. Big Tuft. Are there Tim drops in the mix there, Jackson?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
God, our audience is so sexual.
Oh, here we go.
Batwing season is upon us.
Now we've hit our stride.
He's the Bob Hope of local sports talk.
Who would be the Bob Hope of local sports talk?
Was that Frank Opinion would have been? Or
I brought up Bob Hope's name once, and Jackson didn't know who it was.
Yes, I did.
I thought you said no. I thought you said you didn't know. I talked to somebody.
He would go to the Army bases. He'd carry the golf club, and he'd do like comedy. Yeah. He would do like comedy stuff at the Army bases.
No, it was somebody about your age. You had no clue. And I guess he's been dead for, 20 or 30 years.
When you and I were young, he was old. So that was a while ago.
He was also one of the biggest stars in all
Biggest
Hollywood.
stars. And maybe not that funny. Is that okay to say? Letterman would do a bit where he would come, I think once a year he would come out and do these extremely corny, like dad jokes, just like terribly unfunny. And he'd go, let me see those cue cards. Oh, I'm sorry. He goes, these are from the Bob Hope special the other night. Just because I think within their little world of comedy, they all kind of knew, how did this guy?
Wasn't Leno didn't people always make fun of Leno for being like the lowbrow kind of humor?
Yeah, that he would kind of, and that was kind of tried to appeal.
Right.
There's a joke about soybeans, okay? Like he would.
He was a really good stand-up comedian.
Yeah, I think.
And Bob Hope, when his younger days, was very funny. You got to see old movies and see how quick he was. I guess people kind of cut him a break when he was 70 years old and still doing it.
Right.
I thought Leno on Letterman, when he was first coming up, was hilarious. He always did a bit. He would come on the show and do a bit. I think as a stand-up comedian, they say he's one of the great joke writers. Jay Leno. And I just think the show, on The Tonight Show, he was trying to pander a little bit, so it was a little more cheesy.
Yeah. Well, they were in like a real ratings war with all those guys, right?
And he would always win the ratings, but Letterman was considered the hip or the critic's choice.
Yeah, right.
But Leno certainly won.
He was the people's champ.
And then Leno, they said, never spent his TV money. He lived off his stand-up money. So he's making like
bought all those
15
cars
million.
with stand-up money.
He would record
banked.
the Tonight Show at like 5 in the afternoon, LA time, and then fly to Las Vegas to do shows there at night.
Wow. Grinder.
I do enjoy looking back at the text. They went from NBA, now we're on a Bob Hope, Fred Astaire comment. And then somebody said, you guys never reply. Well, we don't really reply to the text.
We do not.
We read the text.
Right.
And I'll clean out the text line. We'll have a little texting colonic when we come back. It's the Morning After on 101 ESPN. You guys don't even let KG sit at the big boy table when Tim is out. Is that a cuck? Well, no, he has duties over there. He's manning the phones from his position, although we have not taken a call.
Not a single call. Yeah.
I did go to a break and looked at my phone, and it said Alan is on the line wanting to talk NBA, and I didn't see the text. So, Chairman, has there been a lot of activity, although not over the air?
No, still waiting on those people offering me their wives to call in and make good on that end of things. But Alan's the only caller I've talked to.
That's the priority at the moment, is the wife
Yeah,
swap?
straight to the front of the line if you're offering me, if you're bestowing wives upon me.
Callier and Thompson phone line is 314-974-0101. 974-0101. The Air Comfort Service text line is 314-399-9646. What's the time, Jackson, right now? What do you got?
That'd be 8:24 a.m., Martin.
It bothers me we don't have a clock in here. But it's 8:24. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The podcast is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And you got cameras, Doug. We can be seen while doing radio. Who would have thought?
I'm not sure that's good.
Studio cams.
I guess it's good.
It's the Air Alliance Team Studio cams. We've got the app. You can listen. The 101 ESPN app brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. It is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Tim is out today under the weather. Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, I hope he's
We
doing
didn't
right.
say it, but it's implied.
Right, 100%.
I think taking a sick day now is more notable because after the pandemic. Like, nobody wants to get anyone else sick. I think we think about it more now.
More conscious of it.
Post-pandemic of getting others sick.
And probably should have been doing that beforehand.
Always.
Yeah, like
the guy at work.
Our job's a little different because, it's doing radio is different. But, if you're just if you work in a job where you're at a desk most of the day, and most people now can work from home or to some version of that, it's why even run the risk? Why even mess around with something like that, getting other people sick, especially for the holidays too. No one wants to be sick on Christmas.
I always felt such a sense of guilt if I ever called in sick. How's the world going to get by without me?
And usually
I can't just lie here.
And then what happens? The world goes on.
It goes just fine without anyone, without anybody. It just motors right along.
But you probably work with people in the TV business that were known for just taking a Friday here and there, or it's their birthday weekend.
There's some things like that, yeah. But with the ability to work from home now too, people can kind of always be available, and maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, but it certainly is better for being sick. I remember I got COVID in 2021 I was sick on Christmas. That kind of stunk. So never want to get someone sick around the holidays.
In this business, there are a lot of jobs, not all of them, but a lot of them, where if you're off, somebody else is really going to have a rough day.
Yeah, right. So there's certainly some industries like that. But I feel like working in certain corporate jobs. I know working with Mark Hanna, that's
look at this guy.
That's just quality. I love working with Mark Hanna. TMA listeners have a lot to think through financially, saving up for retirement, college, whatever life might bring you, but also paying bills and enjoying life along the way. Mark Hanna understands that balance. He understands that balance of happiness and enjoying your life while spending your money and also saving money for the future. Whether you're starting your financial planning or if you're already retired, call Mark Hanna. Mark works with you to design a financial strategy. His straightforward approach starts with a 15-minute phone call to discuss your financial needs. I've talked with Mark Hanna a lot. He presents Jeremy Rutherford today at 9 o'clock, who will be in studio. The great Jeremy Rutherford, brought to you by Mark Hanna. Visit Evergreen.
Jamie Rivers the great? Or is the other so they're both great?
They're both great.
You're going all Frank now.
Yeah, and our surprise guest, our surprise line guest is also great. We're 3 great guests and 3 great hosts and 4 great hosts. This is what time to be alive. Visit evergreenstl.com.
Exaggeration.
Or call 314-889-0503. Today, Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC.
I think this show reads about 70% of the text, maybe.
I'd take the under on that.
Under?
We get a lot of text.
A lot of text. But I think we get to a lot.
We get a lot. We get to a lot of it, but I think a lot in terms of the text number is lower than 70.
Big Don Johnson said the Buffalo Loaded Griller is goated at QT. Doug, will you go grab a Buffalo Loaded Griller later today?
Not likely.
Is that like a fried shell filled with buffalo chicken? Doug, that sounds right up your
They must sell a lot of them because the rollers have got hundreds of them just ready to go.
I'm sure they do.
Doug has a hot Robert Mitchum look going today.
Robert Mitchum?
He wants to lick your boy mouth? That's what it says. That's from Professor Roy Hinckley.
Oh, Robert Mitchum. Am I missing out on who that is?
Show sucks without Tim. Thanks, translucent one. So is he blaming?
It's on me?
Blaming
Jackson,
the pail because the show sucks.
Couldn't help you.
Can't wait for 10:45 when Martin is gone and Doug is left sitting there with just Jackson and Chairman Kurt. He's left wondering what happened in his life to put him in this spot.
Well, what kind of comment is that?
A bad one. This is why we need to lower that text retention rate to.
That's from Dusty Spunk. Okay.
Blocking.
I have to say it's been pretty entertaining, the show this morning. That is, I've been laughing my rear off at you stupid bleep clowns.
Hey.
Maybe if you had more of the gay porn radio stuff, I wouldn't have listened so long. Time to get busy. They're very disappointed that we have.
That's good advice for all of us, I suppose.
I want Doug's grease missile. I probably can't read that whole thing.
Don't know what that means.
Don't know. Way to suck up to the hockey guys, you NBA dork. I think that was aimed at Jackson for calling Jamie Rivers. Let's see. There's a lot of NBA responses for a show that doesn't really talk NBA.
We can get back into it down the road.
We can. And then somebody else said they were leaving a Home Depot and they were selling the hot dogs outside, and he saw the guy selling them, taking a whiz in one of those orange buckets.
No.
I do think that might just kind of change your mind. If you were thinking, should I get a hot dog?
They have restrooms in Home Depot.
But he's so busy making the hot dogs, he cannot leave.
He can't leave his post.
He couldn't call in sick. He couldn't leave his post.
Got no help.
Why don't you just close the place down for 2 minutes? Sorry, closed.
But they got a bunch of stuff, like the accoutrement, all out on the
Close
table
it down.
there.
You put out a sign that says "Gone fishing." Back in 2 minutes.
Doug, do you prefer the pork missiles at the QT roller?
I don't. I don't buy a lot of
pork. Aren't hot dogs part
I think
pork?
they're naming things. I think they're coming up with their own names now because you had the grease missile.
Well, that's what the folks call them. You know, at the turn, I'm going to take a grease missile and maybe a cold one.
I generally don't buy food that's out in the open where the public's walking by.
So you hate a buffet?
At least the buffet has usually got a sneeze guard on it.
Yeah. Chafing
and
dishes.
Chances are the food just got there.
Yeah. When was the last time you hit a good buffet? And be honest with us.
Oh, it's been, I guess, a wedding maybe.
Yeah, that counts.
I'm 69, and Bob Hope was old when I was a kid. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah,
he was always.
He was
how old would, if he were alive, Chairman Kurt, how old would Bob Hope be? Probably like 130 maybe?
115.
Oh, boy.
I'll say 110.
If he were still alive today, he would be getting ready to turn 122.
Oh, really?
We've kind of split the difference there, buddy.
Yeah, except I win because I went lower.
She was born in 1902?
1903.
3? Wow.
Yeah, that's old.
During the Roosevelt administration? Or was that Taft?
Woodrow? Would that be our friend
No,
Woodrow?
he was later. He was in the
late
teens.
1910s, yeah. Calvin Coolidge? That'd be later,
No,
too.
much later. He was the 20s.
Teddy Roosevelt, president in 03.
When was Hoover president?
Oh, geez.
29. He was there for the crash.
Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. Tough time to be heard.
Late 20s, not just 29.
29 through 33.
Was he our last president with alliteration?
Woodrow Wilson,
Calvin
Herbert
Coolidge?
Hoover, Calvin Coolidge.
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan. Thank you, Doug.
Shocking that Doug went right to Ronald Reagan.
You bet I did. You absolutely bet I did.
Word on the street says Dick Vermeil's in town helping a friend move. Dick Vermeil's helping people move?
Really?
I believe that's a reference to Tim doing a story about Dick Vermeil. It was like one of his first days at Channel 4.
Oh, yeah.
And one of it was Dick Vermeil like moving, and he was getting like B-roll of Dick Vermeil moving.
Tim interrupted him, and Vermeil, nicest guy in the world, stopped
Chastised
moving.
him?
Stopped moving and did the interview.
Yeah,
and his,
quite the
his
opposite.
wife was not happy about it. Let's go. We got to move.
Well, I had a little tell the other night at the MAC that the Rams reunion, remember that Sunday night game a couple of weeks ago? They honored the 99 Rams, and they came back from break and showed Marshall, Kurt, and the gang. But Vermeil apparently wasn't. He was invited, but they said we wouldn't be able to pay for your airfare or hotel. And I'm
Really?
like, this is the coach? This is
Dan Kroenke can't afford
This
it.
is what he was told. And so he called a couple of the players that were going, and they said he never says anything bad about the Rams or Kroenke. And he would call the players, you going to that fake reunion? He was referring to it as the fake reunion.
Good for him.
I love
Because they told him, we're not going to pay your airfare. Like, so if you want to go to a reunion, yeah, but you can grab yourself a flight, can't you? But they paid for the players, put them up at a hotel. Why would you not include the head coach?
Oh,
that was from a former player.
So he didn't go because
He
of that?
didn't. Well, he wasn't. Yeah, I guess
for
because he
him.
chose not. He called it a fake reunion.
Yeah, I think it's lame anyways to have that. What they wanted in St. Louis, that wasn't LA's team at the time.
He was just as great a guy as you could ever hope to meet, Dick Vermeil.
I went to his cabin home a couple of years ago in the middle of nowhere, an hour outside of Philly, in the woods. He built it like 40 years ago, built it himself.
Yeah.
He's a true Renaissance man. He built a log cabin, and he goes over to this shelf and pulls out the blueprint. And he said, here's the design. He had everything meticulous. His basement, 3 different walls, the Rams wall, the Chiefs wall, the Eagles wall, with all this memorabilia and photos, and the little weight room. He said, every day, got to hit the weights. He's about 87 now,
Yeah.
and he looks like he's about 65.
He's kind of the football coach equivalent of Gary Player.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good call.
He'll chastise you on your diet.
Yeah, and then drop down and do 50 push-ups.
Yep.
I always list Gary Player as one of my favorite all-time athletes.
Yeah.
Because he opened a golf course at Lake Geneva, and I was working in Madison, which is close by. And so I went down there, and nobody showed up media-wise. It was one of those press availability. I was the only one. So I followed him around. He wore a clip-on microphone, and I had the camera, and I followed him around for like 3 or 4 holes. And he would stage shots. He said, you want me to make a putt blindfolded? And I'm like, sure. And he did it. He could not have been nicer.
Oh, he's great. He did Tapawingo in Sunset Hills, too.
I feel like I've interviewed him, in our town. All right, time for a break here. It is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. You've still got time to give the perfect gift this holiday season. It's the gift of me time. That's from Massage Envy, and it's simple. It's a Massage Envy gift card, and then they decide, your friend, your family member, your colleague, they can use it for a massage, a facial, or a stretch session. It's up to them. You give them the gift card, they decide how they want to spend that me time. And now through December 31st, so up until the end of the year, when you buy $150 in gift cards, you get a free $40 promo card in return. You can keep that for yourself or add it to someone's gift. You spend $150, get $40 back for yourself. It's Massage Envy, where better begins. This offer is good in location only, not available online. Terms do apply. You can see franchise locations for details this time of year. What sounds better than a massage to relax? It's also stressful trying to come up with ideas, what to give somebody. Give them a gift they'll truly enjoy. They're not going to take this one back. They're going to use it. It's me time at Massage Envy. The gift cards for $150, then get $40 back. Great deal, great idea at Massage Envy. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan out this morning, hopefully back. Thoughts and prayers back tomorrow. Under the weather. His kids were sick, I think, Sunday night. And he said he got hit with it now. Martin, Doug, Jackson, and Chairman Kurt here until 11 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 9. Surprise guest. And I think he'll just lift up the city's spirits. Now, I'm putting a lot on him.
Really?
Putting a lot on him. But at 9:30, I think you'll enjoy the program here.
Wonderful.
Doug, why don't you unzip the quarter zip a little bit more? Need to see some more.
What?
That's what it's from.
What else you
That's
gonna
from
see?
Mr. Bo Jangles.
Okay.
Also, if you could build the perfect sportscaster, whose body parts would you use? I'll start KG's calves and Doug's hair. So they're building a bionic man.
Yeah. Joel Goldberg's hands, Doug, right?
Oh, he had big sausage hands.
Yeah.
Sausage fingers and like
which he didn't really.
Sewer lid hands.
He didn't
oh,
really.
Enormous, catcher's mitt sized.
I've known him for 30 years. I don't think he.
Tim's beard, obviously.
Oh, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And facial structure.
Tim's beard, KG's calves. He was wearing shorts and it was freezing, and Doug chastised him and he said, hey, you got to show these babies off.
I think he said that was the most Jeffco thing about him.
Oh, we got to get this clock back on time. Is Timmy still here? What does Timmy have to say?
Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and top-notch facility and accommodation. Whether you are making the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com.
Wonder why Doug doesn't suspend most of these half-wits. Is he softening? Please explain from the 618. It hasn't been too vile.
No, I don't read the text line. If I did, I'd suspend a lot more people than I do.
The recovering alcoholic in Belleville/Webster has accused me of editing out his text. I said Tim is the keeper of the text line.
arbiter.
He is the arbiter, yeah. And there's one from Pondoff right now. I don't know that I can read. We read them off air.
Can you tiptoe around it?
He used to enjoy this show a great deal, but now he's not able to fully enjoy the show to completion.
I see.
Something along these.
Pick up what he's putting down there.
Let's get back on track, Jackie. What time is this? Is segment 8-2?
Yeah,
which
this is
traditionally would end at around 8:30.
Right. So this is segment 8-2 at 8:42. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, and we'll take a break here and come back with more excellence.
All right, more excellence on tap.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Bucks defeat the Thunder last night 97-81 in the NBA Cup Championship. The Bucks capture the second ever NBA Cup, a.k.a. the in-season tournament. Giannis Antetokounmpo with a triple-double, 26 points, 19 rebounds, 10 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Tell these guys to eat rocks. You guys are killing it.
Thanks.
I love you and Doug. Doug, sit on my face. Buzz. It was fine. It was.
Okay, who was it?
It was Buzz.
Buzz, I'll tell you what, buddy. You've been suspended. You've been suspended a period of 2 days' time for your comments. I mean, your name right now, as we speak, is going into the IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com suspension log. You'll know. No, I don't expect it feels very good. It's not supposed to. It's designed to be punishment.
And it is.
Mm-hmm. 2 days' time for Buzz.
Making the perfect sportscaster. Somebody said Savard's rump. Jeez, this is what goes on. And I'm trying to talk NBA with you fellers.
You can't do it.
But that gets to a topic that I think I had on the dossier today about like the consensus best voice in sports, like each sport. Like is there somebody for each sport that people are like, this is the best person?
Not their quality of their voice. But
right,
they're actual, just like considered the voice.
What people think, like when they think of the sport. Like, is there one for football? Joe Buck, I think.
Joe Buck Monday Night Football. Nance, the reason I said Nance the other day and love Joe, but those CBS late games, they've just been the best games, I feel like. Right. I mean, Tirico's really good, but I don't think he's quite got the Al Michaels cachet.
We're kind of in a transition period where Vin Scully would have won it for baseball, and the guy on hockey, Mike, who was the long time. Mike Emmerich would have won that easily, and now I'm not sure there's one voice that stands out necessarily in hockey, is there?
Hockey-wise?
It might be.
Sean McDonough does a really good job at everything.
Kenny Albert does a lot of the big hockey.
He's done Blues hockey, Cardinal baseball, Rams football. Yeah. I mean, how many people? There's nobody else that can check all those boxes. He said I had him on the show once, and he said, hoping to do a Billiken game at some point. And Billikens, by the way, are playing Wofford tonight. The Terriers of Wofford. And Jackson's Mizzou Tigers last night had to have a great escape against Jacksonville State. There was a texter earlier saying that they're now down on the team based on last night's performance. They were saved, Doug, by Jacob Cruz. Jacob Cruz had 19 points last night. Yeah. And you've always been a big Jacob Cruz fan.
Huge fan. I followed his career up and I followed his career down. Followed.
Do you know what school he was at before this?
Oh, absolutely. He's at that school that turns out a lot of good ball players.
UT, and then a member of this dais is after the hyphen. UT hyphen.
Tennessee Martin.
There you go.
Okay. UT Jackson?
No.
He was at Tennessee Martin for one season. Before that, he was at North Florida for 2 seasons. So it may have gone a little below the radar that Jacob Cruz was, in fact, on the Mizzou roster. But thank God he was. He was averaging 3 a game, Doug.
Yeah.
And he got you 19.
Get him in there.
So I need to make a quick amendment because following the Cal game, I made a statement that was mostly out of frustration with how that performance went despite the win. I believe I said nothing personal against him, and I think he's probably a wonderful human. But I no longer need to see Jacob Cruz play for the Tigers.
How about
I was wrong there.
I didn't even know you said that.
I did say that. I remember what I said.
You rescind it now.
I was out of frustration because obviously the guy's a really good player. He was like one of the most efficient shooters in college basketball last year, and his catch and shoot game. I hope that translates to SEC play because as we've talked about before, the SEC is an absolute gauntlet. There's likely not a bad team in there. You saw South Carolina, a team who the people didn't think much of, beat Clemson last night. Florida whooped up on UNC. I mean, the SEC is just unbelievable. So you're going to need a lot of scoring from a lot of people, and if Jacob Cruz can provide that, who am I to complain?
Do you like Mizzou against Illinois on Sunday?
So that's obviously the next game, bragging rights game, Sunday at noon. Doesn't really fire me up as much as it. But yes, I think that's going to be a really good game. I love a neutral site college basketball game, especially one. I do because especially one where there are both teams fans in the building, not like one of these, like Champions Classics that are at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, but like one where you have to earn the fan atmosphere. You have to play well to get the fans into it, like Montgomery was kind of saying. And if you can, that's a huge asset. And if you can't, you're going to be really behind the eight ball.
I see tickets as low as $63. And then in 2 weeks, they play at Auburn. Tickets as low as $326. Wow. At Auburn?
Yeah, they're the number 2 team in the country.
We could probably get you credentialed. Why don't we get you down to that game?
Because I can't help but root. And
you can't help but root?
I can't root.
Skip Irwin used to root from the Mizzou press box. He'd yell, play action! Run some play action. And there's always a guy from Oklahoma or Iowa State covering that who'd look over like, who is this older guy? Mizzou alum screaming play action in the press box.
Yeah, I can't help myself, so probably just watch it on television.
You couldn't just watch a game?
No.
Quietly with
Missouri, Illinois game? No.
Doug, do you ever cheer in the press? Do you ever get caught cheering?
No.
Chuck Marlowe, my buddy Chuck, he did when David Freese hit the game-tying triple. We were in that little media workroom downstairs at Busch Stadium, and it was on TV. Even though the game was 30 feet away from us, we were buried downstairs, bunkered down, and he cheered because it was exciting. And Katie Feeney grabbed the microphone. This is, the game's not over. A reminder to the press, this is an extension of the press box down here, and this is a working press room. I looked at Charlie and goes, whatever.
That's the woman.
I'm not necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like Cardinals fan.
That's the woman that dressed like it was about 1890.
She had the hat. I believe she's passed. God rest in peace, Katie Feeney. But yeah, she scolded young Chuck. Alan is back on. He called last hour. I didn't notice the text from Chairman Kurt, but he is back. Alan, welcome to the Morning After.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, we're fine.
Great.
Hey, I got a question for Jackson about his sports updates in the commercial break.
Okay.
I don't think Dan Saliga will appreciate you doing the NBA. He's a hockey guy, Jackson, so maybe you should do some NHL updates.
He does.
I do. The 7 and 10 o'clock hours, both brought to you by Mungan, SA West Acura. Yes, for the Saliga.
Yeah, but those are Blues updates, not just other NHL games like you do NBA. Saliga's going to pull his sponsorship, telling you.
Well, I don't think that's too much. I'm not concerned about that. That's not really my business.
Canadians beat the Sabres last night 6-1.
Yeah, you're not concerned about no money, Jackson. I get that.
Okay.
Right.
Stop giving us the business.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'm good on that.
Doug is.
Yeah. Thank you for the call. That was nice. Good stuff.
Call.
Good stuff.
Does he want NHL scores? So in addition to Blues updates, he'd like some NHL scores. Doug, the Lightning won last night 6-3 over the Blue Jackets.
Yeah.
That's next on the Blues list is playing the Lightning.
It's really hard to get scores on your own. Unless you hear it reported on the radio, there's almost no way to find out what happened in the game last night. That's why these updates are so important to so many people. You can't just get your phone and get a score or anything.
Jackson, I've got news for you. The callers stand with you.
That guy calls it a lot.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. It's not your fault, Chairman, at all. It's not. I don't blame you at all. That's not what I'm doing. But that guy. Yeah.
Doug's prison wallet says, Alan, can you drive to an ocean? Just try and swim across it. Any ocean will do. Hey, Alan, you can chug some bleach. Wow, is that stronger than drink bleach when they tell you to chug it?
I would say so, yeah.
Would that just destroy your stomach, you think?
Yes.
That'd probably be pretty painful.
Yes, it would be.
Mr. Siders says that's the caller of the year.
Yeah, I bet Siders thinks that. I bet Siders thinks
that. Has anyone ever swam across an ocean?
Channels. They swim across channels.
Yeah. Diana and I used to swim.
I don't know if you would survive.
No.
I don't think
you'd have to keep swimming in order to survive.
Right. I don't swim.
You couldn't possibly.
Maybe Alaska to Russia.
Yeah,
it's close enough, but it'd be really cold.
You could swim the English
hypothermia.
Channel. Yeah, you'd freeze in no time.
Yeah, so there's a boat in front and a boat in back. Sometimes they'd put you in a cage and you would swim it so you didn't get
I don't think you could swim from the Outer Banks, North Carolina to Portugal.
I got breaking news over here.
Ooh, what have you got?
A guy by the name of Ben LeCompte became
who?
Ben LeCompte.
Yeah.
Became the first person to achieve the feat of swimming across the Atlantic in 1998. It took him 73 days.
He actually did it? He never stopped swimming? For 73 days?
You'd have to come out to eat.
Have a break or two.
Yeah,
sure.
to eat,
break.
drink something.
Look, I don't know, Doug. I report, you decide.
Is it possible he swam and then got out and sat on a boat and slept in a boat at night and then started swimming again?
There's no, because you have to eat and drink water.
I would still give him credit for that.
Oh, 100%. That's an unbelievable
So
feat.
Alan's got a chance to do it. He should actually give this a shot.
He swam from Massachusetts to France.
Oh, Jesus.
It was 3,736 nautical miles.
Oh.
I raked some leaves the other day.
Yeah, really. Like, that puts in perspective.
Well, you couldn't go 73 days without eating and drinking.
Of course
so
not.
He had to get out at some point.
There's no way.
I guess it is possible to eat and drink while you swim.
But, like, you can't have, like, a fanny pack to store the...
No, someone
got
would
a
have to
boat
drop
next
you
to
the
you.
You
food.
couldn't do it by yourself.
Tell this Jamoke to head to the stand span, do a full gainer into the Mississippi.
Now, I assume people have swum across the Mississippi.
Yeah.
That would be
I wouldn't
Across
recommend
it
Mike
or
get hit
down
by a
it?
car.
Across it or down it?
Well, either way, if you started in St. Louis, by the time you got across, the current would carry you to Memphis. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to fight it, but...
Didn't Jim White take boats up and down the Mississippi? He'd go on like a cruise.
The Big Bumper?
The Big Bumper. He used to cruise the Mississippi. He was a radio host late at night on KMOX, really popular years ago, the Big Bumper. But he would take cruises.
I think they still have those.
Well, I think he had his own personal like watercraft. He's into, like Kurt, he's into water sports.
What about Aquafox? Is Aquafox?
Yeah, Aquafox. Remember Aquafox?
Has that ever taken
they
a
got
trip?
a sponsor for a boat, Doug, and I said, when? Like, Skyfox made sense. It was flying all over the city, and then Aquafox, how often? And I think the sponsor eventually complained, you don't use it much. And we were like, well, what exactly
We
is it?
need more drownings.
Right.
Let's go to Chris Higgins on Aquafox. Chris, what's the latest? Well, I'm out here on the Mississippi right now, and a giant log just went by. Oh, there's a dead body. There appears to be a rusted vehicle.
Like, even a fishing story, you could do it on the banks of the river. You don't necessarily need to be in the water.
If you were a city on a coast, it might make some sense.
Yeah. We are on the coast.
We're not on the coast.
Mississippi coast.
That's not a coast.
I'm gonna frame that way. We're on the Mississippi coast. Those renderings of that stadium looked like we were on the coast.
Did you ever get on that boat, Martin? Did you ever get on Aquafox?
No, I never
Skipper's
did.
hat.
Skipper's hat. I'm trying to think of when it was used because certainly like flood season would come into play.
Yeah,
but even then, you'd have to be on a proper vehicle.
Yeah.
Was it one certain boat, or was it just a decal you'd put on any boat and call that Aquafox?
No, it had
was
the
wrapped,
full
right?
wrap
it did.
logo. It was pretty slick. Pretty cool. The Veiled Prophet says the Big Bumper's boat was legit. I went on it with the White family. How about that?
Huh.
The Veiled Prophet knew the Big Bumper.
Nice.
Well, if we could find that boat now, maybe it needs a redo, a rehab in Collier and Thompson. I don't know if they do boats, but they certainly do kitchens. They do bathrooms. They do basements. They do any area of your house that might need work. Collier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, appliances, and countertops in the business. And here's one of the good things with almost everything with Collier and Thompson, it is right there in-house. You don't need to go to 5-10 different places to remodel one room. With Collier and Thompson, the countertops, appliances, lighting, flooring, hardware, plumbing, you name it, it's all right there in-house. And they have a huge selection of appliances, too. Top-of-the-line stuff like Bosch, Thermanor, Wolf, Sub-Zero, you name it, they've got it. They carry top-of-the-line stuff. You ought to check out some of their before and after pictures on their website at collierandthompson.com and get an idea of just some of the dramatic changes they can do for your home. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They won a Torch Award from the BBP. All of their workers are fully insured. It's a business that's been around since the 1950s. You talk to anyone who's had their home redone with Collier and Thompson, they'd probably love to show it to you and give a high recommendation because these people are the best in town. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality. Online at collierandthompson.com.
Minute Bowl eligible said there was a Post-Dispatch obituary just a few days ago talking about how the deceased, when a young boy, used to swim across the Mississippi, much to the ire of his parents.
I can imagine. Wow, that's crazy.
Big Tough would like to know, is the drops machine on the injured list with Timmy?
No.
I'm doing a lot of things over here, trying to do some things.
You just can't please them.
Play more drops!
I'd have to completely remove myself from the conversation. That's difficult.
All right. Big Tough has texted in. We'll get to all of your texts, all of your calls right here. It is the Morning After. Jeremy Rutherford in studio talking some Blues hockey when we come back. If you're in the market for a new vehicle and you're concerned about what you're able to afford or what you can get made available in terms of the options out there, everybody's got a different situation. It's real simple. If you go to autoloanpro.com, that's powered by the Frank Lita Automotive family. But if you go to autoloanpro.com, there's an entire playbook there, and it explains to you how credit works, how you can improve your credit, and a lot of that is in conjunction with buying a vehicle, and it's real simple. Download the playbook. Robert Thomas is on that friend of the show. Robert Thomas is on those commercials for our friends at Auto Loan Pro. He's also on the website. He'll help walk you through it. Jim Olive and his team have done a great job explaining the process, how the loans work, how it fixes your credit when you pay off that car, and then eventually maybe you get an even bigger car. So for people who are in all types of situations, get online, find out more how it works. Autoloanpro.com. You're actually going to do a little learning while you're shopping for that new vehicle. Again, powered by Frank Lita, the automotive family, sponsored and promoted in part by our buddy Robert Thomas. Friend of the can we call him a friend? I think we can call him a friend of the show at this point. Find out more how the whole process works when you're looking for that new vehicle. Learn by downloading the playbook. It's autoloanpro.com. Hey, look, JR's here. Not Jamie Rivers. The other JR, Jeremy Rutherford, friend of the show, the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim is out. What did Mark Hanna, what did you say, Little Sniffles?
Little Sniffles is out, so I'm going to be over here talking strip clubs.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Mark Hanna is in Tim's chair. Is that all? Nobody should sit in Jimmy's chair.
Tim texted us and told us to come in and save the show.
Wow. Oh, did he really?
It's needed.
I'll be darned.
One time I got to fill in for the Dan Patrick show. Maurice Drummond and I were doing it a couple of days. This is a few years back. And the producer, Paul, said, Dan has just texted in and says he now knows why he has job security. I said, oh, that's hurtful. JR is here, presented by Mark Hanna from Evergreen Wealth Advisors. And it's awkward. JR is behind me. So I need like the barber mirror that they hold up the back of your neck so I can see. JR, how are you back there?
Doing all right. And I'm not Jamie Rivers, so sorry to disappoint here.
Did you say you've eaten a grease missile before?
Who hasn't? Like who in St. Louis has not been in a hurry, gone through... Doug, looks like you haven't.
Well, I said, I'd have a hot dog at a golf course maybe, or at a stadium if I was. But this has to be emergency. I might die if I don't eat something type of thing. You're talking about convenience store?
I've just been in a lot of situations where I was about ready to die. That's why.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So. You're on deadline.
Yeah.
No, you're not exactly talking about something that couldn't sit out for months on end. I mean, it's got all those preservatives in there.
Yeah,
to keep you going.
great for you, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Packed with protein.
And guys, speaking of food, sorry I forgot your KFC.
Yeah, didn't you promise?
You know, I was there at 7:30 this morning. They don't open till like 11, so.
You tried. Were you hankering for some potatoes and gravy at 7:30?
What was it that Mo said he's going to attempt to try? What is it?
It's my intention to try.
Yeah, it was his intention to try. That's right.
That's our
French fries and gravy, sir.
Our slogan for the Cardinals in 2025. JR, we had the 10-game dead cat bounce with Jim Montgomery. Is the honeymoon, are we back to the Blues being uncertain playoff potential?
Yeah, you know, I was thinking about, everybody talks about the coach bump, right? And I look at last night's game as a game, let's say hypothetically that last night's game was Jim Montgomery's first. Do you think there's a better, stronger effort? Like, he came out himself and said that we were willing to be checked. And so, you know, you don't want to buy into these coach bumps. You don't want to think that they won't play for Jim Montgomery. But I got to believe that if he flew in yesterday and it was like that Rangers game at Madison Square Garden, there's a better effort than last night. And, you know, New Jersey's a good team. Don't take anything away from them. But I think you're probably past a period where now it's, okay, what can each guy give this team, and how can this team show that it is a playoff club?
Should every team just fire the coach every 10 games and just bring it, like have 8 coaches lined up for a season?
They do that, don't they?
Yeah, actually, it's not too far
They actually
off.
do that.
So you're saying that effort-wise, and I think Coach alluded to that, he thought they would, especially at home, do more to inspire the home fan. That's the other thing, is they're terrible at home, and it's been going on for a while.
Yeah, and we can't, overlook, the fact that New Jersey, I mean, they're great on the road. Even though the Blues beat them up in New Jersey a couple weeks ago, it's a good team. But, the thing that stuck out with me, like I said a second ago, is what Montgomery said afterwards, is that we're just willing to be checked. And also he said, when we'd get to spots, New Jersey was there. But, he said also, you got to be resilient. We've got to find a way to be resilient. So those are words that, don't identify with a team playing very well for the coach like we've seen for the past couple weeks.
Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, do you ever allow yourself to be checked?
I have been checked often on the ice rink, mostly because I couldn't skate very well.
Oh, that's a run over.
Yeah, so if the puck comes to me, I'm done. That's it. As this is going to fly right in the face of Sports Talk Radio, and I apologize to all the listeners as well as the dais for this, but I'm going to speak to Happy Talk here.
Are you?
Because you saw a good 10-game stretch. No team is going to be consistently good throughout the whole season. They're going to have some bad games. So as an observer, seeing it big picture, I don't worry so much about what happens in one game. It's about how they bounce back from it. And that's where the new coach dynamic is. His message going to sound different coming after they laid an egg, coming after they allowed themselves to be checked? What's going to happen then? That's going to be really tough.
I wish you were in my Twitter feed. That's not the fan that I get in the Twitter feed.
Yeah, I apologize.
Oh, somebody texted earlier and said this team is pathetic. I thought, well, they've been a little better than pathetic before last night.
Now that's on script. That's the right way to. That's the right way to respond.
But are they just sort of this team that is a little short maybe on talent, but has some high-end talent, but maybe needs the depth at center? And Doug's been saying it. It appears if Thomas, Kyrie, Buchnevich don't score, then they got no chance.
Well, if people, get tired of hearing the same answer, when I talk about this year's Blues team, even last year's team, I like to step back and think about what we're going through right now. And that's, that's this stage of the organization's history where they're kind of going through something here. And I don't look at the team and say, well, they're not up to standard. They didn't play up to this level and they're not this quality team. Well, look at the roster. I guarantee you in 5 years, 6 years, you're going to look at this roster and go, oh my gosh, we had him. That line played together. Oh my goodness. And so, it's just a transition of moving from one group to the next group. And I think, they have a vision, and Doug has shown that he's executing what he wants to do with that vision. But in the meantime, they still got to play the games. You still got to show up at Enterprise Center and watch a team that you hope can make the playoffs. But right now, it's just kind of mismatch of parts that you hope can be successful.
And I think parts is the right word. When you look at the secondary scoring on the second lines and the third lines, you got some really outstanding pieces that if you had some glue that were to tie it together would be exceptional. But you look at the players, Neighbors, Holloway, these are young guys that probably haven't reached the level of maturity that they can carry consistently over a period of many, many games at that second line,
right,
third line
yeah.
level.
And in 2, 3, 4 years, whatever, you're going to look at a roster that's going to have Neighbors, Thomas, Kyrou, Holloway, Broberg, Parayko, and then they're going to get to a situation where they're going to be able to add and bring in some players who they think can really push this thing.
Do you think they might be tempted at some point this season to maybe trade one of those younger guys to try to maybe make a playoff push, or will they have the discipline to hang with what they got?
Yeah, I don't think that's the MO. I think that the biggest question, when everybody talks about adding for the playoffs or trying to get this team over the edge there is what's the price? What do you have to give up? I mean, they're not giving up any of these good young prospects to try to push this current team, into the second or third round this year. I don't think they view it that way.
I think it's really telling that they made the move for Cam Fowler. I think that says something about where the shorter-term direction of the team is. What do you think of that move?
Yeah, no, I like the move. I really did, and didn't see it necessarily coming because I thought they were just going to rely on the guys that they have. But, after Doug explained it, I think it makes a ton of sense. I mean, I looked it up. Those top 3 defensemen, when you talk about Parayko, Falk, and Suter, they were top 38, 3 of the top 38 defensemen in the league in terms of ice time. So that's just too much for those guys. And so you bring in Fowler, and it's perfect. He can help you try to get to the playoffs, and we've seen already that he's a good player, and he's got 1 more year left on his deal. So it's not like he's going to be blocking those good young defensemen that could be coming in the next 2 or 3
And what's Nick Leddy's situation? There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of clarity or discussion about it, right?
There's not, and you know how it goes with the hockey injuries, but they've said lower body with him. I've been told that it's not necessarily lower body, but it's something that just keeps cropping up every once in a while. When Martin, when guys go on the road and start skating with the team, they're getting close to coming back, and that's the way it looked with him. But he is not coming back. And I heard Tom Stillman on 101 ESPN last night with Alex and Chris Kerber, and he said that he said we just don't know what's up with Nick. Will it be tomorrow? Will it be 2 weeks? Will it be 2 months? We don't know.
Stillman was actually playing a little grab ass. He was making fun of Kerber for eating food during the interview. And they talked about somebody coming in town. He said, "Did you let them have any food, Kerbs?" Stillman was going after the voice.
Yeah, no, he can be that way. I think I've been on the receiving end of a few of those.
He's a stick, huh?
Yeah, well,
What about Brandon Saad? What can you do when a veteran guy who's got a proven resume just is not doing anything?
Yeah, he isn't. And, you want to be able to count on Brandon Saad for 20, 25 goals because he's done it for his whole career, but it's just not there this year. Is it the back 9? Is that the reason? Is it disinterested? I don't know what the answer is. All I know is that they're not getting anything from him. And he's a guy who you think can plop on that second line and help you out on some nights. Well, look at last night. They got him on the 4th line. So I think there's definitely some interest in trying to move him. The thing is, where to, and is anybody interested, and what do you have to give up if you're trying to move that contract that has 1 more year left?
Is it possible that you could, say, drop Brandon Saad, bringing in somebody with some experience, maybe some secondary scoring, Nelson Emerson type? Could he come back?
I think he's 50.
He was in town a few weeks ago, works for the LA Kings, maybe a couple months ago, yeah.
I want to read one of these 2-part questions from the Air Comfort Service.
I apologize for not promoting the 2-part questions.
All good. I know this comes from a first ballot Hall of Famer, Carlos Spicy Wiener. Part 1 is, I know Kyrou is proving his worth a bit now. So is Saad, therefore, the easiest trade piece to help acquire that new washing machine from Ottawa. And then the second part is, don't worry about forgetting the KFC Bowl. I hear if you go a little deeper into Jeffco than the Twin Cities, they'll actually puree and inject one directly into your femoral artery upon request.
Hey, well, first of all, Spicy Winner not ripping Kyrou is all-time first. So the fact that you score goals in 5 straight games, I guess that's what it takes to kill the Kyrou message from Spicy Wiener. And then Jeffco, hey guys, I forgot to tell you, on the way here, a little taste of Jeffco here, there was a truck pulling a trailer. We're talking 55 and let's say Merrimack Bottom Road. Well, not so much Jeffco there, but it was, had the trailer gate down.
Oh, yeah.
Just dragging the pavement the entire time. Sparks flying everywhere.
So did you do anything about that? Did you go in front of him and point to the back of the trailer or anything?
It actually got over. It knew something was wrong, I guess, when it's dragging the pavement, and cut kind of over right in front of me and head to the shoulder. So I didn't need to save the day there.
Did you follow him all the way to the KFC? Somebody, Steve in Wildwood suggested the Loves down near JR's neck of the woods, and you get yourself a grease missile and you can get a shower.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I'm curious. I'm curious about what the shower situation is.
We've talked about this.
Shower number 46 is now available.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, is it nice?
I just got my grease missile. I got to go shower?
But that's the thing, is a post-shower. Do you shower after the grease missile?
Yes. Yeah.
It's going to be all over you.
Concurrent. Do it at the same time.
Yeah, they talk about that.
It's
like a kid stands.
They talk about that with like oranges, where like if you eat an orange in the shower completely naked, like a caveman would, like let it get all over yourself. It's like a very
have showers?
enjoyable experience. Well, I'm saying naked, like a caveman.
Where did you read that?
I've read it.
Is that like a shower beer? You guys
Has anybody ever heard that?
That's why I've heard it's like an enjoyable experience.
I think Buck Swope now has a topic for his email today.
God.
Eating in the shower.
Well, yeah, like
With an
before
orange,
no,
naked.
but the water's not on. But you're just like naked in the shower and you eat an orange and it like gets all over your face and it's very primal. I
love Doug's face when Jackson said it's like a caveman taking a shower.
What in the world? I guess a caveman could have sat under a waterfall. Maybe that'd be a shower.
Right, and then you get like a tangerine. Next thing you know.
Loves in Herky is a goated 24/7 Arby's. JR, is a grease rocket a sandwich or no?
It is not a sandwich. I'm not a fan of that. Hot dog is a sandwich.
Okay. Also, how cute is Michael Bublé? That's the second part of the two-part question.
Yeah, I watched his special a couple nights ago.
Yeah.
Pretty handsome fellow.
Yeah.
Hey, and speaking of handsome fellows, you guys are talking about, media and how do you put together the perfect body. I mean, I know Mark's not in media, but he does this show, so maybe he could be considered
I'd
media.
say so. Mm-hmm.
The hair, the voice, what are we using here?
Oh, man. So many options.
What am I going to have to do here? I'm very busy.
This is we're building our perfect sports voice.
It was Doug's hair.
Yeah. Financial
KG's
wisdom.
calves.
Financial wisdom would probably be the best asset, considering that's not usually a big part of the sports media.
That is not.
No,
Right.
No, it isn't.
But then you're leaving out the hair and the voice. And
Wait,
it's
Texter
tough.
said they wanted Jeff Skversky's pretty face. Also, Matt Weiner with his delicate fingers. That's what they've suggested.
How do they know his fingers were delicate?
And then JR was offended that he wasn't included. And we said,
something. Come on.
Yeah. You have the boyish looks.
Just a good
Jackson
you got a good wide base.
Well, there is nothing like seeing the media eat.
JR going. Oh, so text in is what you're supposed to do. Your two-part questions. Somebody pointed out Brandon Saad had the kid early in the year. That's why he missed those games. They said probably deprived of sleep. I think a lot of players have kids during the season.
A lot of them have kids, A, and B, a lot of them have the kids, and then they score 2 goals that night. That's what we call the dad power.
The dad power. JR, Travis Tritt is coming to the factory. Can you get me backstage with your Jeffco Connect?
Those are the headliner country guys. I know the guys who are performing at the Civic Center. We need Brett Michaels. He came out our way. So
he did.
Yeah. He's big at Pops, probably. Feels like. JR, two-part here. What do you think the Blues need to look at in free agency? Do we start to go for it or more like this year? I didn't follow this. Also, what hotel in Jeffco has the best?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I know the answer.
Stop.
Okay, sorry.
I don't even know what the question is.
So do we look at free agency? Who do we need to look at? Do we start to go for it or more like this year? I guess it's more.
Squinting so hard at the
I
screen.
can't follow. So make it make
sense.
Yeah. Make sense of that, please.
I think they're asking about free agency and what this team needs to add, whether it be this year, heading trying to get into the playoffs or moving forward. They needed goal scorers. They have Jordan Kyrou. Obviously, he's looking more and more like that type of player, but they need somebody on the second line, who can really put the puck in the net. And I think, the bottom 6 is shaping up pretty well. Maybe use a guy down there. And then look at your top 4 defensively. I think you got to like Parayko, Broberg. You like Fowler coming in, but, he could be here just a year and a half. And then Falk, I think at some point they'll have to address what his future is with the team. But in terms of free agency, what do you like in that third pair? I think that's something that they're going to have to address at some point.
Doug, in the meantime, why don't you say something?
I like when Jackson speaks through the drops. The Crystal City Clam. has asked Spicy Wiener if he wants to drop the gloves. Have they been attacking each other?
Oh, probably because Twin Cities talk. Crystal City.
Spicy Wiener indicated that it's possible to inject the fried chicken directly into your bloodstream.
Yeah, well, they have that bowl where it's mashed potato base, gravy,
It's just a bowl and it's all mixed in together.
Fried chicken
Where
on
do you
top of
sign
that with corn and cheese.
All that in the blender?
He was saying, they puree that, and then they'll just stick it directly into your femoral artery, right by your groin.
Oh.
JR, you've written
Pretty
some
hot.
books.
I'll take it.
What about 101 Things to Do in Jeffco Before You Die? Can you do that?
That's the next one. Yeah.
I think it would sell. Put it on the shelves at Love's.
What's the #1 entertainment venue in Jeffco?
What would that be?
Club Imperial.
Club Imperial. That's closed though. A few nights there, but boarded up.
Look at the water tower.
Yeah,
What
but
do you
then
mean,
they
look at the
painted
wall,
it.
like
and that
be the
pissed
lawn
everybody
chair?
off.
That was a huge debate. The Arnold Water Tower.
Oh, I was. Yeah.
I'm so mad about the color
Yeah,
situation.
I actually went
Wander
to
through
a
Arnold
bar
Park.
one time, and a waitress she throws her arm out and twists it so you can see the underneath part of her arm. Arnold Water Tower.
Oh, God,
Tattoo.
really?
One of my best friends has it about 12 inches going down.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah.
Add that to our sportscaster ingredients.
Yeah, Kurt's tattoos.
I don't want to crowdsource, but I had a kids' basketball game the other day. It was Wildwood, but you know how there's Old Manchester Road, which kind of sits behind, and right there at 109, it's the Big Chiefs Roadhouse. Have you guys been there? It looks like a really old school hangout, maybe like a biker hangout.
I thought they
Nobody's
have good fried chicken.
You heard of it? Big Chief
No,
Roadhouse.
Is that out there
JR?
by Pond?
It's tucked behind. It's part of Wildwood, but it's tucked behind the whole new fancy schmancy stuff. Big Chief Roadhouse.
My
Text in,
car
call in.
starts shaking when I go that far west.
Does it?
Yeah. This was south and west. Like, you're like, oh, God, I can't control the car.
gets nervous?
But then I turn back around, it starts working again.
All I know is
big
when
timing.
I write a letter, mail a letter, I proudly put Imperial in the return address.
I bet you do.
Like with a big smile
I think
on
our
your
buddy
face.
Kenny Wallace actually lives
Around the
technically
corner.
in
Yeah.
Imperial.
Yeah.
But I'm from Arnold, Missouri. And I said, but you live in Imperial. It's almost Arnold. That's where I grew up. So he's your neighbor. All right, that's JR. Jeremy Rutherford, Blues Talk, brought to you by Mark Hanna from Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Guys, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Hansie.
Grab yourself a grease missile on the way out. We got a surprise guest coming up at 9:30 that I think these boys will enjoy as well. It's all coming up right here on the Morning After on 101 ESPN. And back with you, 101 ESPN, the morning after, going until 11 o'clock. BK and Ferrari. Then you have the Fast Lane after that. Blues hockey returns Thursday night. Blues starting another road trip. They're going to be in Tampa Bay, followed by a trip to see the Panthers. How about that plan? They'll just stay in Miami, Doug, for a few extra days.
As opposed to Detroit?
To Detroit.
You
I
know?
thought they might come home, sleep in their own beds a couple of days, then shoot up to Detroit instead. Hey, Mr. Stillman, what do you say we just let the boys hang out for a couple of days?
I think they've earned that after the 3 or 4 nights in Edmonton that they spent because they couldn't get to Vancouver.
This is the payback.
Yeah, this is a fair trade-off, if you ask me.
The text line is brought to you by Air Comfort Service, 399-9646, 314-399-9646. Phone lines, Callier and Thompson, 314-974-0101. We've got Clarkson Jewelers for bringing you the time check whenever we look around and don't have a clock. I said to Jackson, what time is it?
9:25 a.m.
Oh, I thought you were saying due time.
Oh, it's due time.
It's due time.
Yeah.
It's also the time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. We've got a podcast brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. We got studio cameras where Doug looks normal today, and now I'm the one who is washed out.
Oh, and not even in the shot now.
I know.
It's pointed over in the Jeffco corner. It's Chambers.
I thought we figured whatever.
101 ESPN app is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. The morning after, without Tim today, we're forging ahead. Everybody's dauber's a little down.
Oh, really?
He'll miss out. He's going to be disappointed that he misses the surprise guest,
That's
which
right.
is on deck. I threw out that Big Chief question. I really didn't know. It said Big Chief Roadhouse. There's an elementary school right across the street. We went there to play a game on Saturday. And people are, this is a great crowdsource, Doug, because people have chimed in.
They know about the place.
Everybody's saying great things. It's got a great bar and patio, great spot, not open that late. It's the Dakota Grill. They probably got some grease missiles out
I
there.
bet.
What did you say the name of it is again?
Big Chief Roadhouse.
Big Chief.
Phenomenal wings.
Okay.
Great food. It's bleeping awesome. Great food. I mean, it's legendary. It's unbelievable how many people immediately knew about it. Let's, Jackson, if your car's wobbly, I'll pick you up.
All right. If
Let's
your car's,
make a date in the new year. You and me will we'll go out to the Big Chief.
I like that. If your car's wobbly, also you take it into Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett.
There's your time for Timmy to talk.
Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota online. It's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. It's where I go to get my cars. It's where my family goes to get their cars. It's where you can go to get yours as well. Whether it's new or pre-owned vehicles, work with the best, and the best is Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess and their team at Munganess, St. Louis Acura and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Go shopping and check out the inventory they have online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. And even if you didn't get your car from there, you can get your car serviced there with Ryan Seiberg and his team at Munganess, St. Louis Acura and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. They go out of their way to be accessible, and man, are they ever accessible. They give out a number that is specific for our audience, and that number is as follows. You can call it or text it, 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029. It's Munganess. That's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota.
Big Tough said we need more Timmy. He also said, guys, please try harder this segment. Doug, will you try a little harder this
I'll give it
segment?
everything I've got.
Best bison burger in Missouri. Is that a category?
Best bison.
The best bison
Wouldn't
burger?
you have to eat them all to know what's the best?
Well, yeah.
You can't just have a good one and say, well, this is the best, because you don't know what else is out there until you've tried it.
Yeah. I think people should hedge their sell. Like, instead of saying this is the best, say one of the best. No one can poke a hole in one of the best.
Yeah.
So
I enjoy
say
a good text history.
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
at, so the person who said best bison burger in Missouri texted this show a week or so ago and said, this show is more of a disaster than my first 3 weddings.
Oh.
So a little self-reflection.
Yeah.
While also taking a shot. All right, we got a break because we got a special guest, a surprise on deck next on 101 ESPN.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
It's a little bit of production.
We occasionally roll out production on this show.
Now, who did
101.
that? Was that you, Jackson?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, just the way you said it, like, yep.
Very proud of that. You know the deal, Doug. I'll have somebody come on the show, and you and Tim are not aware that they're going to be on the show, but that's somebody you would know, but you'll be happy to hear from.
Okay.
Tim is out sick today, unfortunately, so Doug, you'll have to play the guessing game yourself. Caller, please join the program if you would.
What kind of program is this anyway?
I know who that is.
Is the Blues on this radio station? The St. Louis Blues?
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that voice. That's Darren Pang.
It is Darren Pang.
Boy, Dougie boy, you are so sharp.
No, I knew it. The 2 words in. Everyone in town knows that voice.
Panger, you're offended that the Blues flagship would have this show on in the morning.
Well, I called Chris Zimmerman. I called Chaser. I called Curbs. I said, how have they let this show, the radio station, drop so significantly to have you guys there? And the little guy, Tim, I was so disappointed that the little fella wasn't there. I feel terrible that he's sick, but still, I wanted to rip into him just a little bit.
They call him Little Sniffles, apparently. He contend. Does Tim contend that he's taller than you, Panger? Is that a thing?
Oh, he always thinks he could eat an apple off my head, and he's so wrong. So wrong.
And then there was a golf match. We were on a text exchange probably 2 months ago now, and there's a golf match that there's going to be a rematch.
Yep. Guys on TMA versus Panger and Pat Maroon, I believe, is the opposition.
Wow. So it's going to happen?
That's right.
Yeah.
And Doug, I don't want Doug on that course putting either. Doug, you're out.
I can't.
You're putting.
No,
your putting's too good.
No,
too
my
good.
putting's horrible. But you're a serious player, aren't you? Low handicap guy.
I'm a low handicap, not serious, really funny player. Real fun player. I like playing. I really miss. I got to tell you too. I think I'm probably about a 2 index, but I love Meadowbrook. So I think that course itself, because I've really grown up in St. Louis on Meadowbrook, and I'm still a member there. And I just feel like every time I tee it up at Meadowbrook, I can play well there because I love it so much. Great course. I'd love to have this match. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Panger, we're only a couple of weeks away. Winter Classic at Wrigley Field, and all these games, the stadium game idea, the concept itself is just outstanding. But, the whole fact Cards and Cubs meet there in the summer, now the Blues and Blackhawks. What's the buzz like in Chicago for this game?
It's getting there. You know what? It is getting there. It hasn't been a winning year, obviously, in Chicago sports. So that has been a difficult part about it. But the fact is that the Hawks played, they've made a coaching change. Connor Bedard wasn't playing very well for a number of weeks, and now he's found his mojo, and I think that's got everybody excited. The last 2 games, it's that United Center is just sold out and raucous, and the national anthem with Jim Cornelison, it's hopping. Those are the things that you can't wait for. Is the opening festivities, the Rockets' red glare, the national anthem, and Wrigley's done a lot of work. I don't know if you've been there recently, but they put a lot of money into Wrigley, and I went to a couple of ball games here this summer, and pretty impressive. So it's not the old one that we saw in 2009 for the Wrigley for the second ever Winter Classic. It's really up to date, and it's going to be a great show, I'm sure. And it's the Blues and the Hawks, and what better 2 teams than that in 2 cities? They don't like each other. They never have. They never will. And I think that's what's going to make it another great show, regardless of the standings. That's not going to matter. It's going to be the big picture that's going to matter, and it's going to be a great setup, with the Hawks and Connor Bedard, and with the Blues and Jim Montgomery, and trying to find their way to be a playoff and a Stanley Cup contending team again.
Were you surprised, Panger, that Monty ended up in St. Louis so quickly? I mean, days after being let go in Boston?
Not really. It was just one of those teams where it was like, okay, where does Monty end up? Because it's going to be fast. And, and this is nothing about Drew Bannister, but, this is the National Hockey League where you need to have that presence behind the bench, and you need to have a guy back there that's going to bark out orders that the players are going to really respect. And And I think with the credibility that Monty brings, the way he deals with players, you could see it instantaneously. And even after the first game when they were in the locker room, and I think it was, Braden Shen, because he's the captain, the way he stepped up and gave him the puck, the game-winning puck. And the first thing he said was, Monty, you've got a lot of respect in this room. And that was a great way to start things off from Shenner. And I think that's just a great, I don't know, that's just something about the personality of Monty. He's a great guy, but he knows how to coach. And there's an interesting way of doing both things and still be respected by your players. So hope he's around there for a long, long time.
Has your job changed very much in Chicago than what you were doing in St. Louis?
Doug, no, not really. I'm still between the benches for all the home games. We created that spot in Chicago where they didn't use it all the time. I did change a play-by-play guy that last year I had a young man named Chris Vosters that was kind of new to the game of hockey, and after the season was over, the Hawks made a change, and we brought in a really good play-by-play guy out of Calgary who was with Sportsnet named Rick Ball. He did Hockey Night in Canada. He's done it all. He's a very experienced guy, and he's got a great call. So that part has been a lot of fun with me because really when I was with JK for 14 years, I knew every time I got between the benches or I sat up beside him that we were going to have a great show. John was always so well prepared. He's got a great call, and you guys know our familiarity. He's a bit quirky sometimes, and I'm a bit goofy, and we made it click for 14 years. So I miss that old guy for sure, but I'm happy to have a new partner there in Chicago.
Panger, are you taking questions from the audience? Because people are now texting in for the great Darren Pang. Please ask Panger if he's Mrs. Ruth Park's putting green. I used to see him there at least once a week working on his putting.
That's hilarious. Yes, I would. When I lived in New City, I would always go to Ruth Park, and sometimes I just hop in a cart and play 9 holes, and that little putting green was always so firm and it rolled so true. And it's funny about the game of golf because everybody says it's I'm not going to say it's a country club game, but it's not always. And to go to Ruth Park and just to watch everybody do the same thing I was doing was just fabulous. So yes, I do miss Ruth Park, and but I probably, when I get back to St. Louis, I do only go to one spot. I go right back to my locker at Meadowbrook, and I meet up with the boys, and I like to play there.
Also, do they still have metal troughs to pee in at Wrigley Field? These are important topics that we're trying to.
That's a good question.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a really good question. I don't know. They were too high for me anyway. I need to step on something, so I couldn't reach them.
In your defense, somebody said Tim is at the North Pole currently helping Santa finish with the toys. I think that's an elf joke.
That's not good.
Yeah. Oh, I think it is too. Maybe he's trying to put the red nose on Rudolph, but he couldn't reach that either.
Oh, a lot of height jokes.
I cut my teeth.
I can't believe I'm jabbing you like that.
I cut my teeth at Ruth Park. That's where I learned the game, and so to be.
Is that right, Jackson?
Yeah, that's right. That's where I grew up in Olivet, so it's right down the road, and that's where I learned the game. And so I feel good knowing that Darren Pang and I used to work at the same course, used to get work in at the same place.
I used to play a long time ago. I lived over in that area.
Yeah, it's great.
Great spot.
Well, and especially Jackson, when I was there originally, the balls were brutal. I mean, terrible.
Yeah.
And then. I'm not sure if it was just prior to COVID or not, or before that, but all of a sudden, brand new balls, mats were all improved, and you could barely get a spot at the range getting a mat on a beautiful day. So that's what, and I love it. And the service is fantastic. You get all walks of life walking through there, and the common denominator is they just love the game of golf.
What's your favorite Chicago course that you've played? That's from Horny Baker.
Horny Baker. I have had. Wow, I feel like a donut now. That's a baker, right? Like a baker, like a donut baker.
Yeah, I think so. Unless it's the last name, I don't know.
I feel like there are so many great golf courses in Chicago. I always really enjoyed playing Chicago Golf Club because it was right by my home. I was not a member there. I would say Beverly, Shore Acres, Butterfield. Chicago Golf Club would be my favorite ones. Public courses, Cog Hill, Dubs Dread, for sure would be my favorite one. If I want to go out there and play a public course, that would be number one.
Panger, hope to see you at Meadowbrook or even at Wrigley Field for the Winter Classic. My family belongs to the Brook, but I live in Chicago. There's somebody who's got the same resume as you.
Oh, nice.
That's Uncle Moose Knuckle, in case you were wondering.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, the old. You know what? I ran into old Uncle Moose Knuckle walking the dog the other day at River North.
He had a sweater on, and on the back of his sweater it said Moose Knuckle.
It said Panger. That's what I remember.
Just living in Chicago is kind of intense, though, isn't it? Every time I'm there, it feels so much more intense than St. Louis.
Oh, Chicago. Oh, yeah. You got to keep your head on a swivel. I got to tell you that. We are right down in River North area, and you get up and start walking the dog. You got the electric scooters, you got the electric bikes, you got people running, you got cars honking. It is way different. There's no doubt about that. St. Louis, as I came to find out rather quickly, is just a big city that's got small charm. And I love the heck out of St. Louis. And yes, do I miss St. Louis? Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. Lots of friends, just the way to get around. Miss pulling up on 40 and pulling into Enterprise and walking through the arena and saying hello to everybody there, and security people. Even seeing that smart aleck Mike Caruso. How about that? Even miss Mike Caruso.
I congratulated him on his retirement on the show, and he said, "Hey, dumbass, I'm not retired." I said, "How come we never see you?"
He retired in 2009 when I got there.
And he just didn't tell anybody.
Still on the
kind of like Kramer and George, just didn't tell anybody. By the way, it didn't take Panger long to become the mayor of Chicago, because I needed tickets last year to go to the Bulls game, and Doug, I'm a media member, so I didn't want to pay for them.
No, of course not.
And Panger hooked me up with tickets to see the Chicago Bulls, the boys up there. We had a great time, and so it didn't take long. Texture.
I would do anything for you, though. You know that. I mean, so what I did was I called Danny Wirtz, and Danny Wirtz got an executive to get the tickets for you, and that's the way it works.
So that
and that's I do love that about being back in Chicago. Danny Wirtz is now my boss, and I taught him how to be a goaltender, and he was like 10, 11, or 12 or something like that. And now we're together after all those years. So that's kind of a neat way of maybe ending my career and putting it in a full circle, to be honest with you.
So you're saying their executives, unlike Caruso, actually get things done?
Oh gosh.
I was kind of saying, Caruso would pull out all the stops for sure. He'd try his darn best. And then Richie Jankowski, that guy is extraordinary. He could pull things off too and not bat an eye. Very even-keeled human being.
And he's the mayor of Milo's down on the hill, Doug.
Oh, he is?
You want to find Richie J, you go down to Milo's on the hill. Panger, I know you're with the Hawks. Do you keep a half an eye on the Blues and what they're doing in terms of the standings?
All the time. Yeah. Absolutely. You have no idea. I mean, I'm on a text thread still with the boys there, and every once in a while I got to give it to Joey Vitale a little bit, and make sure Curbs' game is rolling. And when I see something on TV, or when I see even Joey on the FanDuel studio show, I'll send him a note right away, tell him to comb his hair or something like that. So, no, these are brothers for life. You guys know that. They and also the fact is that the players. I love still connecting with the players, and if it's not Jordan Binnington for passing Mike Liut, it's just sending a note off to Schenner or Colton Parayko, or the guys that I've stayed close with. That's all around the league. I run into a Ryan O'Reilly, and I can't wait to have a coffee in the morning with them. And Craig Berube, I just saw him in Toronto, and I waited after the game, and the big fella gave me a bear hug like no other. He nearly squished me. But there'll always be a connection to our time there, and especially the 2019 Stanley Cup.
Did Chief say, "Thanks, Banger"? Thanks, Banger.
He sure
Thanks,
did.
Banger.
Yes, he did. Now let's take a look at where those Blues are right now on the wild card. Okay, who
Doug, we haven't really been looking at. Luckily, we have a Chicago guest who can tell us where they are in the standings.
Great right now.
Oh, there's lots of hockey left to be played. They're in good shape. You're 500 by Christmas. You're right in the hockey game.
All right.
Deep dish versus St. Louis style pizza. That could be really divisive. I think you got to say deep dish because you're in Chicago. I'm going to protect you.
No, yeah, but you can't have that all the time, though. It's okay. It's you could have one piece. It's ultra filling, but going back, I did want to have that right away. and I was on a cruise in the Chicago River and through Lake Michigan. The owner actually had us, the Wirtz family actually put us on their yacht and served us some deep dish pizza when I returned there. So I thought that was a nice, kind thing to do from Rocky Wirtz and Danny Wirtz. And so I had it then, but I would generally have there's a lot of flatbread pizza. As long as the dough it got a little crust to it, a little crunch to it, then I'm all in for that. So I'm going to say that's a toss-up. Literally.
Okay. Oh, it's a pie joke. It was a pie joke. Also, helpful hints for you. The bikers in Grant Park try to murder people on your left, on your left. So that's a bit of a warning for you in Chicago. Tons of people saying they love you, Panger. Somebody else said, my kids thought you were a real-life elf on the shelf. No, that's not nice. That is unfair.
That is. Well, that's kind of a good one, Rach.
A lot of love on the text line. Darren Pang, you can see him on TNT. You got a game tonight?
I do. I'm in Minnesota. I've got the pesky. I got the pesky Matthew Kachuk Cheeses going up against the Minnesota Wild. Wow. Two top teams, actually. This should be a beauty. I can't believe Minnesota has got 44 points and is playing as well as they are. And the Panthers, well, they won an unbelievable game the other night. Where was that? In Edmonton. Oh my goodness, that was a great game, and they're sitting second in their division. So yeah, this would be a good game tonight on TNT.
Panger, your money is no good at Olive and Oak. Mark said, let them know it's on the house. Don't be a stranger. So now you're getting free meals being offered.
Gosh.
Insults and free meals. That's what we provide.
You take it. You take the insults from the food.
Where's that place again?
Olive and Oak. You've probably been there over in Webster. Real popular.
Oh, my God. Olive and Oak, of course. Absolutely. That's an unbelievable spot.
Well, buddy, don't be a stranger. Thanks for playing ball with us. Tim will be sad that he missed out, and you guys could have, had a little height measuring over the phone. The only Darren Pang. We'll see him Winter Classic, and, of course, you can see him on TNT. Thanks for doing this, buddy.
My pleasure, and you may see me around Christmas. I'm going to go see my beautiful little granddaughters in St. Louis, so I've got about 5 days off. So
nice.
You may see me around.
Oh, you have to pop in.
Panger sightings.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good, you guys. And thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you, Panger. Thanks,
Darren Pang. Did you like Jackie? I told you would enjoy that, right?
I love Darren Pang.
Such a pleasant person.
And you know what? Did I tell you that he would lift up the city?
He did. I'm lifted up.
Yeah.
I feel great.
What I try and do when you guys mention somebody or they become a topic, I'll make a little note, got to get them on unannounced. Not that they, surprised. I mean, he could be a regular guest, but you guys were talking about that golf, or about his height, I think.
Yeah, well.
Tim brought it up, so I said, one day I'm going to get him to call in as a surprise.
He feels like he's the kind of guy who never has a bad day.
Yeah, I know. He's world class. And Doug always says this is the kind of show where friends feel they can
drop in at any time.
Right. And Darren Pang is certainly a friend.
Mm-hmm.
As is Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating.
Look at you.
Another friend. He can drop into your house at any time if you have a problem with your furnace or your air conditioner.
But he wouldn't drop in unless you called him. Yeah. He doesn't just open doors and show up.
If he's done maintenance on your furnace in the past and you haven't called him recently, he might just knock on your door and say, hey, I probably ought to check that out again. Now, that's not normal protocol. Usually you actually get in touch with them, or Seth and one of his technicians will be out there to take care of you, as they've been to my house a few times. They've served over tens of thousands of St. Louisans since 1904. This is a fourth-generation business now. Been around a long time, and they know how to get it done. They're also the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They will never upsell you. They will always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees. You can take that to the bank, and they take that reputation very, very seriously. Their website is easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's Design Air with an E at the end of Design Air. DesignAirService.com.
All right, it is 101 ESPN. Are we behind now? It's okay. It's worth it. Panger gets you behind. It is worth it.
All right, we'll make up for it.
It is the morning after on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The NBA announced that they're going to change up their All-Star format for this season in San Francisco for the All-Star game, where you're going to have 3 teams made up of NBA All-Stars and then a 4th team of the winner of the Rising Stars Challenge to a tournament-style game. It'll also feature the Elam ending. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
$9:55 on. Well, it's 9:55 whether you're on the radio or if you're in your car. That's a time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan out under the weather today. A great question from a texter here. Marsh's burner said, don't tell me that Tim has been a victim of botulism after Jackson took a firm stance against it on the program. You're anti-botulism.
I am.
And we're concerned now maybe because I think when Tim was talking about his kids being sick, he was afraid it may have been some kind of food poisoning. But maybe it wasn't. There's a lot
of people coming down with something right now.
Everybody I talked to on the phone, they got that little nasal thing going under the weather. Keep yourself healthy for the holidays. That's our helpful tip here, Jackson.
Absolutely.
Stay healthy.
Worse. Nothing worse than being sick on
for holidays. Friday's a big Joe day. Producer Joe helped land Joe Theismann.
Yep.
Joe Buck is on the show. Joey Vitale. We may not have time for Joey Vitale because, he's got that party and stuff, so. But I'm over it,
You're
Doug.
still bitter about that.
No, I'm not. What time is it? I don't need to go.
Right. Or stand outside and, you know, it's cold.
Well, you and I actually should carol outside, Joey.
just walk around the front of the sidewalk.
Yeah, just be kind of out front, like staring in. I actually think that'd be a bit almost worth doing.
The idea of you caroling by yourself is just you caroling.
Or maybe get up there by the window and just look in from outside.
But you'd have to do it to a couple of houses, so, to throw people off the scent.
John Carney has a event every year where he gets friends together and they go caroling. He lives out in Newtown.
Yeah.
So it's easier because the homes are kind of closer together.
Right.
But we would walk by and you'd see just someone open the door, kind of stare out and look like, what in the hell are you doing here? I don't think caroling is very common.
I was going to say, has anyone ever come by caroling for you guys?
Yeah,
really?
They have at my house.
They have?
Mm-hmm.
And you stand there
stand at the door and smile, being, this is great, this is fantastic. Get off my lawn.
Listen hoping they don't have an encore. It's just the one silent night.
Just open the door and close it. We'll watch on the ring.
Sometimes they say they're collecting money for some charity and you give them $10.
Yeah. But
why don't we try that, Jackson?
If I give them 20, will they save the song for someone else? Or I kind of live in an apartment style where there'd be 4 doors real close to each other. Could they just get all 4 of us at once?
Probably if they get you together.
I got money for you, but I'm not going to, necessarily listen.
You have to have the fa la 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 la. It has to have a certain. You can't just go doing rap songs.
No,
Jackson.
you wouldn't do Silent Night.
So we're going to need to brush up.
Okay.
We're not doing any Drake, okay?
All right.
We're doing the classics.
Christmas song, though.
I actually think you and I should go by there and just stand outside and then refuse to go in because they're going to feel sorry for us.
Maybe like a picket sign. You could just wasn't invited.
A boycott.
Caterers boycott.
Vitale's using non-union caterers. Have a sign up front. Oh, but it's maybe nice to hear from Timmy again.
And when Doug's wearing hot take mittens, that's supported by the EDF Group. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? Well, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference and learn more at theedfgroup.com.
Pretty brief ending there.
Now you're going to complain
Is that
about
a bad
the
edit by Tim in the read?
No.
Or by Jackson on the audio?
Definitely me, but, Doug is always, making me feel bad about my edits.
Well, you're getting there.
I'm trying. It takes sometimes 4 years to really get settled into your job.
I would say usually there's a residency period.
Yeah, and now that
you don't just start editing on your own without supervision.
Right, now that I got 4 years under my belt, I think I'm really going to start hitting my stride.
Maybe go to a small town first and edit there a few more years. Get your feet up under you.
What was your path, Jackson, before you became a radio star?
Graduated college in August of 2020. was unemployed until late November when Gangster Pete, the producer before me on TMA, before me. Producer before me?
Before me.
Education Kurt, and then before
Kurt.
me.
Yes.
He was the producer before me, not before I.
Right.
For me.
Before me. He was the producer before me.
Education Kurt has reappeared. Water Sports Kurt is still waiting for a wife offer.
That's right. And I just kind of applied, kind of sent him an email, interviewed with the head of the station there, and next thing you know, I was producing the show, and 4 years later, here we are.
Did you interview for any other jobs at all?
No, I applied to maybe 250 of them and got one call back.
But when you left Mizzou, did you have broadcast desires?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
He was a sports management major.
Yes, sport management major. Didn't really know
a couple NBA clients.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who knows what I really didn't have much of a plan. This came up, and I said, oh. And so if I hadn't been denied by, like I said, 249 companies, I
said no to this offer.
I would have never had the opportunity to do this. So, sometimes you think life's giving you rotten lemons, but what it's really giving you is opportunity to get new ones.
Wow.
You'll be darned.
Let's get you some gift cards. And just when they drop those gift cards off, you give them back to me, okay?
The exact quote was, I'm going to hand you the keys. Are you ready for this big boy?
Oh, gosh.
Wow, you're part of that tree? Oh, no.
That's who hired me.
We might have falling out.
Were your parents ready for you to take any job?
Yeah. I told you, my dad floated the idea of the overnight shift at like one of these packaging fulfillment centers. He was like, it'd be tough, but they pay really well. And, it'd suck for a little bit. It'd just be temporary.
Like Amazon or one of those places?
Yeah, I was like, after that, I was like, I really need to find a job. Otherwise, I can tell I'm overstaying my welcome. I'm just kidding.
Did you ever give any thought with your family's background into going into education?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was floated to me early in the application across places.
I could see you teaching, coaching a little bit.
I would have no issue with that if that was where my path took me. My path took me here. But you never close doors one way or another, but I'm very happy here. Loved what I do.
Never closed doors. I was talking to Bob McCormick, Priory basketball coach. I was getting some tips on breaking the press. We were struggling a little bit, our squad. Mm-hmm. And I asked him if he knew Jackson's dad, Coach Burkett. He did.
He did?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, because Bobby Mack used to be a Ladue coach.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know.
He did. We were talking a little ball.
Nice.
Most Kirkwood is going to Joey's party, though he may not be aware. That could be an issue now that we've talked so much about it.
This might be the most sought after Christmas party in town.
We're just walking the picket lines, all we're doing.
And anyone goes in, then would be a scab, right?
Yeah. I'm going to have an umbrella.
We'll taunt them. Want to throw some tomatoes?
Tomatoes.
Martin's going to be looking into Joey's house with Iggy looking into Olive and Oak during Timmy's magical dinner with Learn. There's a callback. That's from Big Tuft. Mm-hmm. I'm a couple episodes behind.
Yeah, you're still on season 3
I'm on
of
season
TMA.
3 of TMA.
Is that above the section?
I like walking into the building here at Hubbard where you have KC and the Arch and you have the Point and you have WIL. But when I walk in, the first thing you hear is TMA.
Yeah, often.
On the rewind.
Yeah.
And it'll be some really old clip of me or the cat, or I'll hear Chuck Marlowe's voice at 6:45 in the morning.
It's disappointing to a lot of people.
Sometimes you'll get the Franco Pinion reading the Dotem email about the seasonal veg. And I imagine that's jarring for some people who aren't aware of the program, but appreciated by those who have listened.
Jackson, keep your resume up to date, if you know what I'm saying. Keep the resume ready.
You never know when you're going to get sacked.
Sacked. Well, Mr. Big Cream says, we love you, Vladdy.
Thank you. That's nice. I'll take
so you got insulted, but you got complimented.
It's like Doug said, you take the insults if there's free food behind it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the Vladdy comment from Mr. Big Cream in a previous text has you wearing the Comrades Russian cap there.
Is that right?
Yeah, they photoshopped, I'm pretty. Unless you were wearing a Russian cap one day.
That's not really my look.
Like a big fur hat?
Yeah, look at this, Doug. There it is. That's a Russian, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Those kind of military Russian. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it looks very warm.
I've never worn something like that. I don't own a lot of overcoats or trench coats, but I think that'd be a good style to add.
I don't think you have to say overcoat anymore.
Really?
Just coat.
Well, if you're wearing like a suit, the overcoat is like the longer coat that goes over when you're walking around outside.
Well, but it could be over a sweater. Does it have to be over a suit?
But a suit coat, so you don't want to confuse the suit coat for the overcoat.
Well, I'm all in favor of an economy of words.
Yeah.
So if you can just say coat.
I don't have time to explain to you guys fashion in the modern era. You guys are going to have to catch up.
Yeah.
Chairman Steve is on line one. Was he a Milagro Listener of the Year?
I believe
was
he
he
was. I
a
believe he
caller
was.
of the year?
I think we go to him after the commercial break.
Okay. Chairman Steve, push
Just
back.
hang on a second
Push
there,
back your
Steve.
10 o'clock. We've got to put you on hold. Spoken like a true son, Jackson. No secret plan as far as the job. All right, we got a break. We got a lot of texters to get to. We got Chairman Steve. It's a busy 10 o'clock hour now underway here on 101 ESPN. Does Martin know the genesis of Comrade Jackson? I think it's all connected, right?
Yeah.
Libby Jack, you're a communist, etc.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. That's what the Blues are saying last night. Losing the Devils 4-1 at home. Empty net goal to make it 4-1. Blues are down 3-0. Pulled the goalie. Jordan Kyrou scored. He's got a point in the last 12 games. The longest streak since Craig Janney. Blues lose that game. They're 1-2-1 at home under Jim Montgomery. They're on the road now. They go to Tampa, Florida, then Detroit before a little holiday break. So the Blues have hit a little bit of a bump in the road, Doug, after the dead. Can you get a bump in the road after a dead cat bounce?
I don't think so. And what, they've lost 3 out of 4? 4 out of 6? Yeah,
but on the road, man, 5-1-1. So we'll see. A tough stretch here before the break. We went through a lot of NBA talk accidentally, I think, in the 7 o'clock hour. It was part of the links. They were blaming the Timberwolves potentially for the low ratings. We clarified. I wanted to ask Jackson, and I'm not trying to go back to the NBA talk. But I saw a lot of tweets last night that they had the NBA Cup, Doug. That's a tournament within the season.
That's right. Yeah.
Milwaukee Bucks won. And people said it was lowly attended, and that's why they dimmed the lights, that the crowd was in the dark, kind of like an Italian restaurant.
They've done that for, yes, it did look like an Italian restaurant. That's accurate. But they have done that. They did that last year, dimming the lights, and they did it again this year, I believe, to give the illusion of like being on stage where the crowd is dark and the only thing that's bright and lit up is the court.
Were any old folks just stumbling down the walkways?
I would imagine
it's pitch black.
I would imagine some people were struggling, but it's like a concert kind of.
So it was not an attendance issue, you don't think?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And they had a huge trophy celebration at mid-court and confetti's coming down from the ceiling. It's kind of an artificial thing here, isn't it?
At the moment, yes, but things take a while to earn that kind of cachet. And so I think over time, I think it's something that Major League Baseball and hockey should explore too. I mean, like people can joke and say, "Oh, it's dumb," but would you rather watch 162 of the exact same game, or 6 of them be a little something extra that's kind of fun?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all the games count to regular season games. Like people just like to complain, so they were like, "This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. The courts are different colors. I can't believe it," even though they never watch basketball anyways.
I did read where I think it was Giannis said that there was a player on their team who didn't play. And got enough money from this that he was able to buy his family a house in Iowa. So I guess if the only good thing that come from this is a new house in Iowa for somebody, that's all right.
Teammates got life-changing money. They're able to. We had this joke within the team about our two-way guy Liam that I promised him from the first Cup game. I promised him. I said we're going to go all the way, and you're going to get your house in Iowa. So after every game, I'm like, "Hey, one step closer to your house in Iowa." And after the game, we went to the locker room, and I saw smiles in their face.
Yeah.
So they got the house, or will get it. Yep. Or was Iowa a put down of the state?
No,
We're going to buy you a house in the middle of nowhere?
No.
Who's Liam?
He's a two-way guy on the Bucks.
Okay.
So they
He's
make
a two-way guy, Doug, but he wanted a house in Iowa.
They make around $400K. So I mean, it's not like bad money by any means, but they're doubling their salary in one game.
No, but on $400K, you could easily buy a house in Iowa.
Yeah, I would think.
Now there'll be no mortgage.
Yeah.
Did you say these count towards regular season?
Everything but the championship game. So all those games leading up to it were all counted to the regular season.
Oh, that's
game.
Chairman Kurt. Did I forget about Chairman Steve?
We got Chairman Steve on the line.
Steve in Wildwood, I believe, was on the line.
Oh, let's get him on.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, bud.
Hello, Steve. Calm down, please.
Hey, gotta be careful with these kids. They're little disease carriers. I was never sick for a long time. And then we had these grandkids, and they get me sick all the time. Doug, is that what happened to you?
It could have been, but I was only ill for about 30 minutes in the middle of the night, and that was it.
You watch. Todd will score a goal in Detroit after he gets a few days away from that kid down in Florida.
Really?
It'll happen.
Okay. Are you sick now?
And, no, I haven't been with my grandkids in a little bit.
No, okay.
Those disease carriers, he called them.
Christmas will get me sick.
Yeah, well, they go to school, and then they're around other kids with noses running and coughing and sneezing, and that happens.
Yeah. And I'm a roller grill professional.
Are you?
You like the grease missiles?
At least twice a week. Yeah, I go for the pizza a lot of times at QT. But what happened was I'm on the road daily, and I used to eat fast food a lot.
Mm-hmm.
However, the service is so horrendous, fast food places. Plus, it's convenient because I have to pee a lot because I'm old and I get gas.
Yeah.
And I can buy food while I'm there.
Sure you can.
And actually, the QTs are pretty clean.
Yes.
So it's not too bad.
Steve, are you, it's none of my business, but are you heavy set?
A little doughy.
Over 200 pounds and I'm 5'7". I mean, I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm obese. Probably if I looked it up online, I'd be obese, but I'm chubby.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, I just, with the interest in the grease missiles, I was just curious. I didn't know.
Stout. He's stout.
I'm pretty active, so I try to maintain. What would you say? Jackson's gotten a good look at me. What do you think, Jackson? Am I fat?
Fat would not be the word I would use. Husky.
Husky, I like that.
There is something about like a build where a guy used to obviously like be pretty thin, and then as time goes on, some cold ones went down, maybe a little fried chicken, and you can tell that there's a thin man in there. It's just got a little bit of a cushion around it.
Trying to get out.
Right. Because like usually you got like nice legs.
Oh.
If I lay off the beer for a while, I can usually lose some weight, get down in the 190s. But I don't really care anymore.
No.
To be honest.
That's nice.
It's a perfect moniker for this show.
I go once a year to the doctor. He runs the blood work, and he comes back okay. I'm like, okay, I'll keep up with what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Also, that Big Chief Dakota Grill is good. That's a middle school across from there. My stepson's the assistant principal, Martin.
Oh, very nice school.
You want a good burger when you go out there again, go to Larry's Tavern.
Larry's
Burger in that area.
Larry's Tavern.
Larry's Tavern.
Maybe I'll skip the
Larry's Tavern.
7-year-old basketball game and just go to Larry's Tavern instead.
Well on time, Chairman. So if you got anything else for us, let us know.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I got
You
it.
said he had
Just
nice
got to do my
legs, and
job.
then you got to wrap them up.
Got to do my job.
Are there other callers on
Love
hold?
you guys. Have a good day.
Okay, Steve.
All right, Steve.
Over under 30 minutes on how long this call will
We don't have
last.
time for all that.
They also wanted him to take a swim with Alan. I think that's is that just sort of the routine here, right? You call in. Pleasantly plump was an alternative to husky.
Plump. That's nice.
I never look at him and think he's fat.
No, I don't either. Fat is like, there's a line of demarcation.
He just seemed to weigh in on a lot of the food topics.
Well done, though. Well done. You backed into it.
You know, what's well done. And whatever Timmy says is usually what's well done.
The area James Carlton's team is having the most impact for our TMA listeners is when it comes to car insurance and households with teenage drivers. If any of our listeners have drivers in their house that are under 25, James's team would love the opportunity to see how much they can help you out. I personally made the switch to James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves a few years ago, and it's one of the best decisions I've made. It is just a different level of customer service, and I'm telling you, not all insurance agents are the same, and not all insurance agencies are the same, and now I know that firsthand, which is why I am very proud and pleased to make sure I let you know that James Carlton in the State Farm Agency in Webster Groves is the best. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Life insurance. James's team has a simple, non-threatening approach to life insurance. They ask a few simple questions. If you didn't make it home tomorrow, what would you want to happen? Do you currently have plans in place to make that happen? Would you like to see how inexpensive it can be to make sure what you want to happen will happen, even if you're not here to see it happen? Call James Carlton at 314-961-4800 or apply online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
Larry's Tavern, best dive in Deep West County, best double wide trailer ever from Uncle Moose Knuckle.
It's a double wide trailer?
Yeah, Larry's. We're going to look at, Chairman, can we get a picture? Can we get eyes on Larry's Tavern? Also, guys, can we get back to Jackson talking passionately about the NBA?
I'm good.
I refer to myself as Fluffy. Another one says Portly. Another has a drink recommendation for Steve when he's at the Big Chief. He could get himself a bleach cocktail on the rocks.
Oh,
on the rocks.
I do like the term portly. I think that's funny.
It's kind of nice. You're trying to be polite, but it doesn't really come off that way.
Husky, portly.
How dare you cut off a listener of the year so you could squeeze in more in-season NBA tournament talk? I think that preceded him, didn't it?
Yeah, I simply have to do my job. There's times where it's okay to go run a little long. We are behind. There's no doubt about that.
How far behind?
Far behind.
Are we? How did
yeah.
that happen?
Well, things get away from us. No, this one's on us. We have to look inward, fellas.
Minute Bowl eligible describing Chairman Steve says, imagine a beer barrel balanced upon a pair of toothpicks. Okay, now I've got eyes on it. All right, got to roll to the break here. It is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. We had the Mizzou recap earlier. Gritty win over Jacksonville State. Bragging rights Sunday at 12 noon. A couple of people kept texting, will you be there, Jax? I don't know if you're making an appearance. They're asking if you'll be attending the Mizzou, Illinois bragging rights at the Enterprise Center.
I've gone like every year for feels like the last decade, but I don't think, outside the COVID year, obviously, I don't think I'm going to go this year. It's just unlikely.
I think if you went, you could set up a little kiosk of yourself. Just invite people to come over and talk some Tiger hoop.
Yeah, there's no way for me to talk about this without make it sound like I'm begging for tickets, Guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to say I'm not going.
Because you don't have tickets. But if two were to fall in your lap, you'd get there.
See, I didn't say any of that.
Okay.
In fact, I even called attention to the fact that I'm not going to say it. So I'm not going to
that's why
say
you
it.
called attention to it so that I would.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. There's nothing subliminal here. I just likely won't go.
Okay.
But if you want to take Jackson with you, he might be available.
Yeah.
Well,
would you
maybe
accept a
outside-
blind date?
Text in if you'd like to take Jackie.
Just maybe
Would
a
you go
vetting
with a
process.
random person?
No. Well, how random? Like
you don't know them.
Marlins man, you know Marlins man sits
Yes.
behind home plate. He takes random people to games, pays for them.
Nice.
But you have to be an individual. It has to be a party of one. He's done this at Busch Stadium several times, and he's gotten to know people. He said he likes to bring people together, and he'll pay for everything.
I'll be darned.
And
pretty cool.
I've had people call and said we went, we had a blast, and I know he kind of loves the attention, that sort of thing. But they said he pays for everyone's ticket. But the only requirement is you have to be a single ticket. So Jackson is not interested in being somebody's plus one for the Mizzou game.
Unlikely.
Unlikely. That's an opening, I think.
Yeah, a little bit.
Doug, would you like to talk about our friends
I
at
was just thinking,
Munganess?
people are wondering, how am I going to get to the game? Well, maybe in a car. You got it at Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota. That'd be nice. Once you run into these guys, once you try them out at one of these dealerships, you're going to say, hey, I got a car guy now. And how important is that? You're going to know every time you're looking to buy a car, new or used, every time you need your car serviced, whether it's regular maintenance or whatever, this is where you're going to think, and this is where you're going to go. At least you should anyway. And they provide a number to make the listeners accessible to the muckety mucks there, and that number is as follows: 314-252-0029. You did not write it down again. Here it is: 314-252-0029. That goes straight to the guys who are the decision makers there, and they will give you special service because you are a listener to the show. Actually, everybody gets special service, but they just like to make you think special because you listen to the show, and you've heard their names now: Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganesk, Ryan Seiberg. They're the guys that you really need to get to know. They got a fantastic new and used car selection there. Check out their websites to peruse all the cars you can buy. And again, whenever your car needs maintenance, this is where you need to go. Whether you bought your car there or not, they will take great care of you at Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota. That's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
All right, we're a bit behind on the clock. It's Timmy's fault. We'll try and get back on track. 101 ESPN. 101 ESPN, the morning after, here till 11 o'clock. Tim McKernan out under the weather today. We've sent lots of thoughts and prayers. We've heard his voice. Hopefully that soothes the TMA.
I think it will.
Lemmings that are out there. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt here. Going strong on the show. Darren Pang, the surprise guest. That was a lot of fun.
Sure.
A lot of great texters supporting that. JR was on. We had a double dip of JR. Jamie Rivers, Jeremy Rutherford. Double dip of Joe's. Joe Buck, Joe Theismann.
Joe Vitale booked.
We're not
back.
talking about Vitale.
That's right. Yeah, I'm sorry. The he who shall not be named.
It's the Theismann Buck Indiana Notre Dame preview show.
I'm really looking forward to
Also,
the
a couple
game.
of Monday Night Football guys. Think about that. Joe Theismann, Monday Night Football. Joe Buck, Monday Night Football.
Are you going to try to get the Teamsters involved in the strike at the Vitale party?
I'll call down to the union shop later today, down to the hall. I think we might have to do this. I've got some coaching duties. You can come to the game. You want to watch the 8th grade squad? I'm the associate head coach, 3:30 on Saturday.
I love the A on your sport coat.
I'm the associate head coach.
I love ball, maybe more than anybody, but
you're going to hard pass on that?
That's going to be tough. Just with so much, I mean, college football this weekend. I really realized last weekend, the Army-Navy game is really awesome and, very meaningful, of course, but the first weekend without college football, there was that void. Chairman, I'm sure you felt similar. Like, you go from having 14 or 15 straight weeks of awesome college football and then to get nothing.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, as much as I love that video game, it just doesn't do it.
No, it doesn't quench the thirst, nor does the NFL. Like the NFL, because I like the craziness, the mayhem, the atmosphere, and you don't get that.
Speaking of college football playoff, later this week, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, on the TMA STL Instagram, Jackson already knows who's going to win the college football playoff bracket, Doug.
He does.
And we're going to release that on the Instagram here this week.
Okay.
That's right.
Well, how would you know?
Because it wasn't based on play on the field. It was based on threads in the locker room. We did a uniform bracket of all the CFP teams.
So you're picking whoever has the best uniform is going to win the college football?
I don't know if the correlation is going to be there, but I do know that a winner was crowned.
Was it?
Didn't Diane on Cheers, Shelley Long, pick based on like nicknames, and she was winning the office pool or something because she just picked favorite costumes?
Oh, nice.
Mascots. That would work as often as not.
If this show had a mascot, it might be Mike Francesa, right? And we love Mike. I don't know. Is he on a radio show or is this just a podcast now?
He does his own podcast.
And we have fun with audio.
Yeah, so I'll set this up. He was asked, a listener asked him a question about David Wright, and you'll hear in the clip, the question was specifically about David Wright as a ball player. Okay. Mike Francesa might have thought it was about something else. Here's the audio.
Jordan starts us off. The Mets are retiring David Wright's number. What did you think of him as a player? David and I had our rough spots. I came down on him pretty hard. See, I was early on when they failed and they fell apart. Remember when they were 7 up with 17 to play and they didn't make the playoffs? I said, you got to get rid of Reyes or Wright. Break the team up. Wright resented it. We had it out. We met in spring training. We had a heart-to-heart, which didn't start out very pretty, but, hey, it ended up okay.
There it is. So not once did
was that the out? Doug, was that the ending?
Not great at it. He was just in his residency, remember?
He, instead of answering anything about him as a player, he immediately went to his relationship with David Wright. Mm-hmm. Nothing about that.
What did you think of David Wright's career? I remember one time he and I didn't get along, and that was the...
Yeah, that was the gist of it.
He forgot about the 7-time All-Star appearances and the 2 Gold Gloves and the 2 Silver Slugger Awards and the fact that he was one of the best players at his position there for a while.
The only foul ball I ever caught.
Bit, right?
Yeah.
The only foul ball I ever caught.
Really?
David Wright, Shea Stadium, 2006.
Wow. Yep. Cardinals year.
Cardinal year, later that year.
Really led to you being at Shea?
Well, no, but that was that year is what led to me being a huge sports fan because I'm 8 years old and the Cardinals go on this really cool World Series run, and now and then I became addicted to sports.
And then the Blues won the Cup in 2019, and you were down at Mizzou. Great chance for you to get on board with the note.
Yeah, I'd said that hurt.
Much.
Ship and sail at that point in terms of hockey.
Ship and sail.
But imagine the kids who were 8 years old in 2019 watching that Cup run. They're going to be loving hockey and sports probably in general for their whole lives because you have something like that.
Just name your kid Vladimir because they won the Cup and Tarasenko was part of the team.
And you're all in when the communist party anyway.
I'd rather name my kid Boom Boom after Boom Boom Gunnarsson.
Oh, how about Boom Boom Jeffrey-on?
That's not bad.
You kind of look like Boom Boom Gunnarsson.
Do I?
A little bit like Gunnarsson.
A little bit.
I look a lot like
I
hockey
can see
players. Jake Gunsel is my Twitter profile, and that's who I think I look like the most. Yeah, Jake
I've always
Gunsel.
wondered, like, is that you? It's not quite
Looks
you.
a lot like me, right? That's Jake Gunsel.
My doppelganger was Milt May, the old catcher.
Milt May. Pirates?
Pirates and Astros, yeah. His picture was in the paper once, and my mother thought it was me. My mother thought it was me.
I always got Harrison Bader.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I could see it a little
I don't
bit.
know if I've seen Kurt without a hat.
I don't really ever go without a hat.
Yeah, the hair isn't the same as Bader. It's not in a bad way. It's just different.
What kind of hair you got?
I don't know if I've ever seen
He's
the
taking
chair.
the hat off now. Oh, yeah, that's
You
fine.
got the side shave there. That's kind of big.
But the hairline's not bad.
He wasn't with the flowing locks. He had kind of a shave, didn't he?
Yeah, probably went into the Yankees, where he's just Devin Williams, St. Louis, had to shave his beard for the first time in 6 years, he said, but he just got traded to the Yankees. I think it's such a dumb rule.
That's why I don't think Arenado's going to work out.
Because he won't shave?
Yeah, he likes the
He's
scrub.
willing to play first base, but he's not willing to shave.
No.
I think it's the silliest. I get it's their team. He can, Steinbrenner can do what he wants, but I think it's so antiquated. Like, you can have a mustache if it's approved, and your hair can't be long. Like, come on.
The Reds had that for a while. I think it was the Reds and
they're
Yankees
pretty
were the two
strict.
teams where you couldn't have facial hair.
I think that's.
So what could Arenado do? You could have a mustache.
I think because remember Carpenter had
Carpenter
it.
looked like Luigi from Mario Brothers or something. Yes.
With a full beard, he looked like Abe Lincoln there for a while when he was
What
here.
if Mo came on? Well, we couldn't get a deal done with New York. Had to do with the beard. But we had the intention to try. Does he have an intention to shave?
Remember Brian Wilson, the closer for the Giants all those years? He said he would never go to the Yankees because he would never shave his beard. No dice.
God, he was like it for about 3 years.
Between him,
And
Winston
so
Cone,
weird.
Mad Bum.
I think it's okay that a team clings to old traditional values at times. It's not the whole league, but just that one team does it, it kind of sets them apart a little bit.
Yeah.
And it doesn't hurt the player. Like, they're still going to get paid $5-10 million.
It sucks though. Like, there's been stories of like guys who have shaved like long hair that they've been growing for years and years because they got signed by the Yankees and then get cut 3 days later, and now you have no hair and you're not playing for the Yankees. So that kind of sucks. But I guess if you get signed by the Yankees, you're probably willing to do just about anything.
Jackie, do you have audio of Tom Ackerman? Did you find
Yes,
that?
I did.
This was the Jack Buck Sports Awards on Monday night, Doug. I was just innocently sitting there.
Sure.
Steve Albert from Enterprise Bank and Trust had me as a guest. I worked a little early, did some interviews, talked to Hitch, Coach Drink, Brady Cook, Chris Zimmerman, Jeremy Mack, the whole crew that was there, did some TV work, then I was done for the night. I'm just innocently sitting at my chair eating some salad, and this happened.
Martin Kilcoyne is the only person that we know of, and KMOX has done extensive research, that set off the alarms at KMOX and caused us to hit the dump button during his address last year. Ladies and gentlemen, Fox 2 Sports Director Martin Kilcoyne is here tonight.
That was uncalled for. I was literally just sitting there. And Tom, they have the dais with all these celebs up there, and then Tom would point out, and over here, Chip Mesh is the president of the MAC. There's Stan Musial's daughter over there. Like, all these people are getting shout-outs.
I was, yeah.
And I'm just sitting there eating salad, and I hear
You
him.
take shrapnel.
I was listening, and nobody else got like kind of a ribbing in their introduction. And Martin, it comes up with Martin, and there's no like bridge in between the ribbing and then, ladies and gentlemen, Martin Kilcoyne.
And this is because you worked blue last year?
Well, last year at the Jack Buck Sports Awards, they asked me to introduce Brandon Williams from the Battlehawks. St. Louis guy, played in the NFL. I've known Brandon for a while. He did TV with us. And they said, if you want to have some of your jokes or do a little monologue-ish, feel free. And I did. I guess a few were a little over the edge.
Did you forget that it was being broadcast live?
No, I didn't really care. It was fine. Oh,
but KMOX still holds it against you, clearly.
Apparently. Apparently
you heard them.
They got an FCC fine or something along those lines. Guys, I do have a thing, and I did a little extra
appreciate
time.
You. Very much
this
appreciate
is like soccer, Doug. Where they just,
sure.
And then the referee just eventually just
Only
decides.
Only they know.
That that's it. I got a thing. I got to go. Hopefully Tim's back tomorrow. But you have your Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Design Air, the longest running sponsor on TMA. I don't want to hand out a grade today, but I feel like because it's not over yet.
Right. The job's not done.
We can still ruin it.
I feel pretty good about the show. I mean, we talked about Bob Hope.
Yeah.
We talked about Chicago-style pizza.
It's a real next man up mentality here. You know,
we got into the Roosevelt presidency just a little bit.
Just a touch. I wish we would have got to more of that, but that's that's why there's tomorrow.
There's always
Thanks,
tomorrow.
Martin. Appreciate you sticking around
All
a
right,
little
love
longer.
you guys.
Love you, Martin.
Thanks, Martin.
I'll be back with TMA presented to you by Brian Crouppen in our Munganast 10 o'clock hour. This is 101 ESPN. This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose last night, off today, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning tomorrow. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Welcome back. TMA, Munganast, 10 o'clock hour, here on 101 ESPN. Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, I'm Action Jackson. Martin has things, but he stuck around a little longer, so we appreciate him there. Tim is out ill. Hopefully he is feeling better and the family's feeling okay, and hopefully they have him back tomorrow. So we're just taking care of business today. Grinding, mucking. We doing any mucking, Doug?
It feels like that's what we're doing now, is mucking, grinding, trying to get loose pucks in the corner. Yep. Come away with the puck when it's up for grabs.
Yeah, I mucked a little bit today.
I think so. I think we all did. You know, it's just step up. It's, these things are like when they come, I know Tim doesn't want to miss work, and I know he doesn't want to be sick, so it's not his fault. And then all of us, we just do what we have to do to make the show as good as we can. So I hope people understand that and understand that everyone's health is the most important thing. Yep. We're going to break down these sports, whether you like it or not. Right. But health is the most important.
And if we have to do it from our hospital beds, we will do that.
Like Hugh Freeze coaching a football game.
From a hospital bed?
When he was at Liberty, you remember that?
I do not remember that.
I think they wheeled in the bed into the...
It's like Coach Lou Brown from Major League.
That is like Lou Brown. Would he be your favorite movie coach of any sports team?
He's right up there.
I really like Daniel Stern as the pitching coach and Rookie of the Year.
Great call. And the manager. I can't remember who that
But he didn't really get out to the field because he was stuck in the cage.
He had a thing with sunflower seeds.
But what about the hot ice? You heat up the ice. Yeah, they have to be it can't be like an actual coach.
Who's the best looking...
Oh, gosh.
movie coach across sports?
Oh. How about the woman in Mighty Ducks who had to step in when Emilio Estevez got thrown out?
Oh, yeah. Catherine.
I don't know her name.
Zeta-Jones?
She did some coaching. That's what I can think of.
The tutor gal.
Yes, but you're looking for a guy.
I mean, if it's a guy, it's a guy. Whatever.
Kurt Russell and Miracle?
Yeah.
That was Chris here. Our executive producer, Mike Ryder, has got that in my ear.
Was Tony Danza a coach in Angels in the Outfield, or was he a player?
I don't know.
He wouldn't be up there for me.
Not Tony. Oh, yeah, you don't like it.
He kind of ruins the TV movie of 12 Angry Men. He's like he plays the guy with the tickets to the ball game, and he really hams it up. Not my cup of tea.
I shaved my balls.
Glover, the manager in Angels in the Outfield?
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
that sounds right.
I shaved my balls for this as Paul Newman in Slapshot. I've never seen it.
You've never seen Slapshot?
I have not.
Oh, Slapshot's one of the old timers. Yeah. That's a good. He was a player coach.
Denzel. Oh yeah.
And Remember the Titans. Yeah. That's actually the answer. I'm sorry.
McConaughey and We Are Marshall.
Well, let's try to stick with fictional coaches, but Denzel is the right answer.
Keanu Reeves and Hardball.
The right answer is the woman from Mighty Ducks who stepped
Keanu and Hardball.
G-Baby.
R.I.P.G. baby.
Yeah, I still cry.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
No spoilers, but R.I.P.G. baby.
Sorry to go all hetero on you, but I still think it's the woman in Mighty Ducks.
That's your answer, and that's fine. I think there's a potpourri of answers, and we don't shame any of them, just like we don't shame anyone listening to this program. As a team, it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Here's Tim talking about our fine friends, our title sponsor, Brown and Crouppen.
Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the Morning After. Founded in 1979, 44 years of local St. Louis service. And if you're in a spot where you need Brown and Crouppen services, don't you want to make sure you're doing business with a local law firm? Well, with Brown and Crouppen, you are dealing with a local law firm. You're talking about Terry Crouppen and Andy Crouppen and Ed Herman and the superior legal team of Brown and Crouppen. They treat their clients and their employees like gold. They've been voted one of the best workplaces for years. That's not a coincidence. Plus, they're a big part of the St. Louis community. They value it. With Brown and Crouppen, you're going to get great service and great results with a strong voice and an advocate for you, their client. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. And make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord.
All right, 10:47 in St. Louis. Clarkson Jewelers time check there for you. If you miss anything, check it out. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app, Dobbs Tire and Auto Center podcast. On the other side of the commercial break, we're going to close out our Mungan-Ass 10 o'clock hour with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's coming up. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Ooh, welcome back. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mungan-Ass St. Louis Acura, Mungan-Ass Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. We're closing out the show here with our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Let me read the standings to you. I feel like I haven't got a good look at the standings a little bit, Doug. And our leader in the clubhouse, you might be surprised, our Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, Buck Swope, with 4 wins. Bill Gapes, who has a win. Tom Bernansky's Batwing with a win. The JV Golf Coach has a win. Lo Sween, Braden Boca, and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux Mom all have a win apiece. So let's get into it. Let's do our Design Air.
But before you do, what do you think goes through the mind of somebody like Tom Brunansky, maybe driving through St. Louis, turns on the radio, and he hears one of the callers' name is Tom Brunansky's Batwing?
He first Googles what a Batwing is, finds out, and then chuckles to himself and goes, you know what? It's kind of cool that all these years later,
They still remember me.
And I have some kind of goofy name on a goofy radio
Pretty
show.
good right fielder.
Yeah. Yeah. We talked about who? Bob Tewksbury yesterday. Today's show is dedicated to Tom Brunansky.
Okay.
All right. I got to fix Chairman's camera before I do this. Sorry, you're going to hear me narrate myself. Hello, everybody. All right. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
All right.
It's hard for me to grasp how professional TMA has become since you guys moved to FM. Yesterday, I signed a legally binding affidavit confirming receipt of my Cardinal ticket pack for winning email today. What a far cry from the days where listeners were actually forbidden to receive their prizes because you guys simply refused to buy stamps.
Right.
I'm also reminded of the time former station management said winners of the Dotem would receive, quote, a little something while bragging about providing complimentary access to a practice putting green. This newfound professionalism applies to the on-air talent too. Clearly, the show is in reliable hands if Tim needs a day off, but that wasn't the case. In the old days, TMA veteran hosts with over 50 years of combined radio experience straight up refused to run point when Tim was gone. One time, you guys forced KG to simultaneously run point and be the board op, even though he was merely a part-time fill-in with almost no experience in the radio business.
That's right.
Chairman Kurt did a great job that day, but imagine if Dan Patrick let a listener off the streets run his show, or if Colin Coward broadcast from the patio of his vacation rental home while the world's loudest leaf blowers and lawnmowers roar in the background. You guys are all grown up, and I'm very proud of you. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
Well, even with Tim out today, you guys were certainly on the air, and nobody can take that away from you. The insatiable Deus really stepped up with Mark Tan running point and even staying till the end of the show. Today was essentially the radio broadcast version of the 2025 Cardinals calendar, consisting of 7 different months dedicated to Mo and various bow ties and ascots, 3 pictures of helmet nachos in different stadium locations, a picture of the Cardinal Cowboy, the original side of the bullpen fire, and finally a map of local private high schools and traffic patterns, which is why expensive players refuse to be traded away to a team. Who cares? That comes from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of sales of the Car Smoothinator, a device that keeps Leduanites car from shaking if they get too close to St. Charles or South County.
Okay. Shooter McGavin.
I've never seen Leduanites. I don't know if that's the proper
What do they
word.
call it? Leduers?
Leduians?
Leduians, I kind of like Leduers.
I do too.
I think that's pretty solid. Back in the spring of 2005, I was at the Monster Truck Rally Dome. I went to the practice session for the Final Four. Near the end of the thing, I saw one Martin Kilcoyne walking up the aisle from the media area. I leaned slightly into the aisle. Our eyes met. I gave the traditional morning grind greetings, konnichiwa. To Martin's credit, he didn't stop, didn't even slow down. But as he passed, he put his hand on my shoulder and said, bless you, my son.
Oh, really?
From that day forward, I called myself Brad Kilcoyne. And I have just one thing to say to you, Martin. Welcome home, Daddy. That's from Brad in Boca.
Brad in Boca.
And finally, so this is the show, huh? Nice reference to Panger there. Really scraping the bottom of the barrel of topics right out of the gate with the talk of how Libby Jack never used a public phone or had to worry about roaming charges on a cell phone. And that's okay. We will rally around Libby Jack's awful dossier and we will produce average radio. Oh, the lead is just a non-story about Joe Burrow's girlfriend that everyone already knew about a week ago. Okay, what else we got? Some pointless article by a local Minnesota blogger working for Zombie Sports Illustrated assuring Minnesota that the low NBA ratings are not their fault. With Tim out, Libby Jack is free to force-feed the NBA talk to the audience with impunity. I mean, if there is a worse use of TMA airtime than Libby Jack talking second apron of the NBA salary cap, I'm not sure what it would be. Although publicly insulting Rich Gould by saying he resembles Wayne Knight is a close second. A thinner Wayne Knight, much thinner. All right, let's go to the phones. We've got a real card named Alan. He's demanding more out-of-market NHL scores in the SportsCenter updates. Yikes, that was the most awkward call since the guy who called in to complain about the butt jokes. This legit might be the worst show since the Fesco era. Next time Tim is out, just play drops the entire show. Go straight from Jermaine Stewart into the Linda, the Beehole song, and then the Porta Potty guy. Douglas schedule reading, Francesa's greatest hits, Jay Jr. saying it's refreshing refreshing to see rich white women. Then close out with the grand finale of Doug Drops. I'm a stepdad, and yep, I'm a slut. You make me feel like a natural woman, so on and so forth. That's from Buck Swope.
Oh, was it? Buck Swope.
And that's what we got, Doug. Design their heating and cooling email today. What you got?
Well, today I thought the best, even though he wasn't terribly kind to us, was the JV golf coach.
Ooh, JV golf coach gets a vote, chairman.
Today felt like the day where I was going to get a listener's wife offered to me. Didn't happen.
Right.
The next closest thing was JV golf coach laying hosannas at my feet. I also produced that day, JV golf coach. Not a big deal. I'm going JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
Congratulations.
Gets himself a victory here in the month of December. That's going to do it for us today, fellas. Appreciate you guys helping me out as we all have a little bit more to do. Well, not that much. We just got to...
I did the same thing I always do.
Yeah.
I just sat here.
Let's do a little bit different dynamic, but I appreciate you guys nonetheless. BK and Ferrario is coming up at the top of the hour. I'm Action Jackson for Tim McKernan, who's out ill today, for Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt. We appreciate everybody who listened today, and I'll see you tomorrow. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.